に消えないトラウマ、仲間のな心に刻んで優しく導いて、こうなってる命の糧にどうしようもない感情も No way out。 One last kiss, one final stand。 沈まない夜も We never fall。 閉じない固い絆を胸に Feel no fate。 守り抜くものは一つだけでいい。約束の地へ帰るその日まで信じてくれ Great Homie。 どんな時もサイドバイサイド、止まるな止まるな突然ためらうなよ Face the light。 その手で今 Make it come We're to the ball We're to the ball The pressure。信じてくれ Great Homie。 どんな時もサイドバイサイド、止まるな止まるな突然ためらうなよ Face the light。 その手で今 Make it come We're to the ball We're to the ball The pressure。 止まるな止まるな突然
show. This Garena September Cup 2022 Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale. 40 of the fiercest team has been assembled, divided in two groups, and they are fighting map for survival, dominance. Strap. This is where legends will be made. I am Neptune Jem Garcia, joined by the one Cooper Clark, and we will be your casters for today.
Definitely true. I couldn't agree more. Neptune, I'm so freaking excited tonight because one, I'll be working with you for the very first time. Second, you were right in saying that legends will be made for the Garena September Cup 2025 for this year, for this generation, the first ever BR tournament that we are going to have for our BR CODM community.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, really excited to happen right now because I'm also excited because being part of the COD community for a very long time, I'm also looking forward to kind of level in a major tournament just like this. We call it tournament because the prize pool is in major level, and I want to see more of this in the future. But before we go any forward to the tournament timeline, so far we will be 4 days in the group stages. But before there, we had a qualifier in 400 teams or 400 plus teams.
Wow.
has been uh, has been against each other, and it has come down to only 10%. 40 teams will be going in A's, and as well as the grand finals follow through.
40 teams. There we go. So it only means that they had a great experience, they had fun, plus a grueling match that they encounter
Yep.
all throughout the qualifiers stage. So right now we are on the group stage, and this is the tournament map that we have. As you all know, from September, we started this tournament from September 11 to 18. That's a qualifying round, and we are now at the first day of the group stage to where we'll be seeing 40 teams who will be fighting against each other. That would be on today until 25th of September.
Yeah, definitely excited on what's going to happen, not only in the group stage, but also in the grand finals. Because in the grand finals, we are introducing a format. Everyone, I don't know, I might not be excited by it because I want I want to see sheer dominance out of the teams. But for the roadmap that we have right now, I know a bit tight, and I'm really looking for you all those battle and engagement that will be other tactics shown by the teams right now, because what's on the line is $25,000, and a lot of posts has been made, especially for those in the Philippines, into more than 1 million Philippine pesos over. Grand champions will be taking $10,000. The second place, half of it, which is 5,000, 4,000 for the third place, 1,000 for the fourth place, 2,000 for the rather fifth place, and 1,000 for the sixth. And unfortunately for the rest, getting anything, so they need to hustle to get everything in the groove.
Hustle is the key, and be the better team so that you will have a piece of the 25,000 prize pool. And the tiebreaker rules that we have: if two or more player teams are tied for the most points at the end of a stage, the match, their group stage in the finals, the following criteria will be applied in order until the tie is broken. The number one, definitely the total victory that you have as a team, the total kill points, and the last round survival rank.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we are encouraging the teams right now not to farm points, but also to get all those wins. Also, go for engagement, and if in case that would still eye up, then at least we have a fallback, which is the number 3 spot. Now, I want to see all of those. We are a lot of encouragement out of the teams right now. Not so much of camping, but still being tactical in their aggression in this game. So let's see what I'm going to offer at this point to get away from all the tiebreakers that we have right now. But what's up next? What's up next for the tournament right now? I cannot hold excitement right now because this what the Victory Blitz format, wherein the teams are encouraged to get all those victories. If in case you are the one in the grand finals, you have to race to 80 points. And if you get that, enable that Victory Blitz chance for you to be the champion. If you get the victory or you win number one onto the next game, then you will be crowned the champion. And we talk about this, Clark. If in case the team gets it in 3 matches, that 80 points, the fourth match might end that grand finals, and we have our champion.
That is definitely true. So it only means that all of the teams should really do their best, bring their A game, and make sure that they will have a lot of points so that they will end the grand finals as early, right? They're not going to play the whole 6 matches because the key is 80 points and then the number one ranking. And speaking of the ranking, we are showing you all of the teams right now for the Group A. As you can see right here, the Group A teams are the Four Kings, CF Amarok Yan, Delta Main, FAG, Faljaruz, FX Academy, Alexis Vicious, Hyper, Vivera Esports, IE Enrage, LE Aetheriz, Leap and Bound, Bloodsome Ignavia, LSK Nefarius, OBS Main, Pave Omni, Radiance, Rigid Phoenix, So, Lance, VVV, Renatus, and Yonko Apex. And definitely it will not be done there because we still have the map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, out of the 6 maps that we have right now, 3 of which will be played by both Group A and Group B. Alternately, they will be playing on isolated Blackout and back OG isolated map. So a lot of teams, I want to see that the teams would be maintaining their dominance as well as consistency all throughout the 3 maps. And despite of having a gap in between, I'm hoping that this rest would give them an opportunity as well to find their ways if in case they fail a few of those matches. But again, I'm just more of how the teams would try their best. Want to see more of the dominance out of this game. And well, definitely I'm very much excited because we are about to start our game. This is the beginning where the legends will be made in Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale. I'm looking forward to which team would be rising to the top. I know there's a lot of here, Super Clark, and you've been part of the community as well, wherein they have made a name for themselves in the community level. Now, the only question is, will they make the same name in major tournament just like this?
Oh, I love that. I love that point. Yep. Will they make, or I can say, will they wave their own banner by being crowned as champion?
Yep.
And this is the very start. We have the Group A, and we are just so you know, to all of the viewers, we have 3 teams from the Group A will be playing out of the country, out of the Philippines, which is the MYSG team. So I'm so excited to see all of those teams perform. How are they going to have their own strategy fighting the teams from the Philippines, right?
Yeah.
As we all know, they're definitely playing differently to any other countries, right? And in fact, I saw them playing from one of the tournaments in US, in Europe. So right now we are seeing them playing against MYSG. So let's see how it goes. I'm so freaking excited on Neptune because this is really the history being made right now from the BR tournament. As you can see, a lot of comments that we are seeing right now from the Facebook page, from our live, that they're saying that finally we have this tournament from the Garena, and we all of our questions, all of our requests have been answered right now because we have the major tournament for BR community, and plus we have a total prize pool of 1.4 million in pesos, or 25,000 US dollars for any other countries.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really excited on how it's going to turn up right now, and hopefully the excitement only for us and only for the viewers, the teams who will be participating in these games. And I guess in a few seconds we're going to see the matches as well, so don't hold back in sharing that, because now we are flying through in isolated. So we are getting in on from the north to the south, right? You can see and block. We are finding that some of the teams are already finding their place, but Crash Fight might be one of those. Engagement might be happen. Pex, as you did mention from MYSG, is part of this, and they're heading to New Vision Senior, rather. As you can see, there's teams who would be off their looting phase, and hopefully they won't be trouble in doing so. But RGD0 has already board taken from LSK.
That is definitely true, and that's the one that we are seeing right now. We are studying an isolated map to where there is a gulag. So let's see how are they going to strategize, how are they going to really maintain the chance of being into the gulag if they're being caught off guard, or maybe they're just gonna do their best and not to be into the gulag so that they will keep the momentum and have a better fight on the first round.
Tito, so there's a lot of engagement that has been happening. Let's see if we'll be any of those right now. Now, all those engagement would mean that they would have additional points. Did Gulag involved? So as you can see, for the team of Legem, there's one player still playing Gulag, and you know how it is. Once you win 1v1, able to recover. Otherwise, is to be buyback from by the teams right there. One thing the teams might be able to take advantage of is a Gulag that would be available if in case has been that you lost your opportunity to win that, well as more chances really to strengthen your force. But League Google, and as you can see, this one guy is the one player that we have in the COD community, and I've seen the performance from some of the matches, tournaments that has been streamed. So far, he has made nominations already, the 3 that has been made by Team 11.
That is right, brother Nept, and this is the leap and bound that we have on screen, getting the first 3 bloods in their bags and looking down right now from our team LSK. So let's see how it goes. LSK Nefarias, they're also from the Philippines. They are getting a good start right off the bat, 2 kills right away, and they're definitely on foot on the open area. So let's see how quick they are to transition. How are they going to really rotate? We are seeing some killer feed right now coming out from Hype, so let's see how it goes, because right here, this is one of the fan favorite. We are seeing 4 Kings right now having a complete squad, and in front of them, that's going to be Team M. Let's see if there will be any engagement, or they're still gonna focus on getting a lot of juices from that location, because that's one of the keys and one of the gameplays of our 4 Kings. As you can see right off the bat, they got 2 kills right away from this area, so they will collect a lot of cash so that they will get their own loadout as early as we speak, so that they will be confident and be aggressive enough in winning the battle for any fights from any teams that they will encounter.
Yeah, I want to see 4 Kings encounter a few teams similar to what we've seen in LSK, but unfortunately for LSK, they have lost 2 of their players. They are near enough to be able to get a few of loots and probably snowboard that everyone has been looking for all over map, but it might be tough because actually they're sure that it is coming in, and even 7 that pressure right now, and Hansu at some point is separated from him, so they need to regroup, especially if in case and Juice will not be able to come back from the gulag. But as you can see, there's still a lot of options for the teams, and so far the next phase of the circle be the teams right now to go closer, and we might see a lot more of elimination happening.
That is definitely true, and we saw earlier a Gulag winner from FX, and right now we are showing you from Team F going into the Immortals Esports. That's your Team 9 out there. That's your Team Enraged, and definitely still looking good. 3 kills in total right now, and getting a lot of, or taking the advantage of the supply boxes that we are seeing right now. And right here, about to rotate, about to do some regroup. Still definitely strong right off the bat. 4 kills in total. They managed to annihilate a squad as early as we speak, so that's really a good sign that they're really focused right here and definitely got the good chemistry on how to annihilate a team.
Yeah, He did mention that we encourage a lot of those annihilation, a lot of those engagement happening in the early parts of this day, and I want to see that happen so far. Not some of the teams like Delta right now is being so passive, but they do have a few of some of the other teams on the other side and lower ground going in to hype at this point. They are playing outside of blue, a little bit risky in the gameplay, but they will also be taking that risk, but they have opportunity to move in with the blue. So the teams, especially for those in MYSG, we are seeing more of a passive approach, and as well as some of the zone gameplay that we keep seeing from the other teams. But we know that there's a lot of risk date that we have in the zone would eat all those HP for so much, and you don't want to risk that risk point of the tournament.
That is definitely true, and that's the reason we keep on seeing some of the teams having one med class role from the squad, which helps them to, you know, stay longer outside of the safe zone, which is also one of the gameplays of Four Kings. But right now we are seeing them inside of the circle. But right now this is going to be the view of the Gulag going back into the battlefield. We are seeing Team 3 Delta main team. They're also skilled, one of the pro teams that we have on the list. So let's see how are they going to perform. But right now we are seeing them with 3 kills in total, and one player is about to go back into after winning from the Gulag.
So, I mean, there Chris as well. Despite of you being able to recover out of the Gulag, you won't be having that much of resources. Only the weapon that you have in that 1v1. So both teams will be waiting for them, or if there's no backup involved, a clear area would be an advantage for them to take, to be able to engage someone waiting from them on Team 5 and King, and slowly but surely the teams who have lost their players covering 71 of these survive in the battlefield. The Blues already closing are very much in a tight spot in a bit, especially when everyone else will not be having any real estate or work with.
That is definitely true, and that's the reason we keep on seeing a different strategies playing in isolated map. They just want to make sure to capitalize the Gulag and also the cash available on the ground loot, so that they can somehow buy if there's no any available Gulag, just like this one. One player got knocked out and going back into the Gulag. 5 kills in total right away from Team D. That's your FAG. That's really a good performances, but you can see that's a good trade happening because Nico is into the Gulag already, so he's just waiting for his turn to go back into the battlefield. So far, 3 players rotating, got a better position, and looking at the map, I don't see any teams closer to them, so we might be seeing some chances for them to really do some reset and gather a lot of resources from this map.
Need all those resources, and Nico will need those as well. So a little bit will be happening, but not for CF at this point. They are chasing.
Wow.
This is Yonko Apex as well into the edge of the circle, and they won't be letting go, but they need to get zone as well. In a bit where we might be losing out on some teams, especially for those outside. And this is something that to consider as well. And if I'm not mistaken, our zone is a little bit more inside, but Leap managed to take down one of the players of CF. Like only one remains. Let's see if he'll be able to recover all those armors as well as get away. But 1 HP, he needs to top up. He needs to get away, and Rewind can help them even more. But he can trigger to just upset where Leaf will be chasing them, but all angles is being taken right now, trying to anticipate where Greed would be, how Greed try far back, but unfortunately he wandered out of the team, and there you have it. Will be eliminated, leaving 10 points onto Leap at this point. I'm loving what I'm seeing right now, and here's Super Clark.
That is really hard to survive. 4v1 situation. As we all know, Leap and Bound team, they are all skilled. They keep on doing their best, bringing their A game. As you can see right there, they got a great chemistry because they're moving as one so that it will be easier for them to knock down their opponents. And true enough, because Green being caught off guard and not able to survive from the 4v1 situation and going back to the 4 Kings. Here we go. And definitely I'll be seeing a fire from the chat once again because we are showing 4 Kings on the screen right now. Good news to all of the fans because they're all complete squad. And checking out Team C right here, one player is about to go down. Here we go, close quarter battle, just like that. We're not able to see that one coming, but that was really an insane fight because he's freaking great. Even if he doesn't have enough weapons, he just drop off and get closer and have a close quarter battle, but didn't get a W. Here we go, another one. That's really a great vantage point and finishing him up. That was insane. And we're back into the gulag.
Yeah, back in the gulag right now, and 4 of them would be in there waiting for the opportunity to come back. VVV has felt the wrath of Delta as well, and this is Delta Man, the team that was able to eliminate a few of those players, but also lost 2 of them. For LSK Jews, they have back their teammates, and let's see if there's enough that he has to bring back at least 1 of their players. For F8G, a team that we saw earlier that is working a little bit more passive, but no surprise! Find him, it is 4 Kings, and Tom Peeps managed to eliminate them. How long will get through on this fight? That is the bigger question. They are in the gulag as well. Are in the gulag. Will Zigon be able to win this fight, or at least not time out? But here comes the chase as he chopped off on that. And what a nice! He was able to go over a takedown, and back into the game he goes.
Oh my god, that was really a great 1v1 situation into the gulag. In 4 Kings once again fighting against Team H, and here we go. Let's see if they can get a win. Right now they're staying at the edge of the safe zone. I'm also seeing one of the players of F8G. Meanwhile, they're on top of the hill, so let's see how are they going to leverage their advantage right now, having a sniper role, finding some intel, sharing that information to the rest of the teams. And that's the reason why we are seeing them rotating, as you can see, with the vehicle, with the Snowbee, and all of the resources that they can use right now. The vehicle, this is one of their advantages as well. That's how quick they are in rotating. And also Hype is trying to rotate with the use of that muscle car. I'm joining his team. Let's see if they will be able to pick up one of his teammates, which is fun to see. Let's see. And here we go. They're joining the team, getting some juices right now from the supply box. That's really the story that we are seeing from Team Hype. Too unfortunate for them. I'm seeing 2 sad faces already, so it's kind of like they lost a chance in buying back their teammates right now, but looking good for the 4 Kings. They're rocking up 8 kills in total, brother.
You know, if they can add more, because I've seen a few teams who has done more than 8 kills from the earlier game. No, I trust that this can be done by themselves. For how long though? That is one of the bigger questions that we have in mind. But find out. Leap with 5 elimination name. They lost one of their players though. It's now a dog tag, and Vine would need to move fast. A lot of coming in from afar, and a lot of as well who is fought, not only because of engagement, but also the blue. And we mentioned that earlier, that they're a little bit high right now. It's a little bit on the north side. Teams would be coming. So if they'll be able to defend themselves, put themselves in better position right now, they might be able to find a spot to get any strays. And now they can start to rank up or to farm all those eliminations.
That's correct. Ranking is the key to where they can find some success. But let's see right now if Hype will be part of the ranking. Seeing them Bradley Carr trying to maneuver up to the hill. 2 players remaining that we are seeing from this view only because the other 2 players using their own vehicle. And right now with a muscle call, 4 Kings once again in front of them. That's your LE. 3 soldiers that we are seeing right now using the frag. Let's see if that's going to be a huge damage on the chasing gameplay. Connects a few shots, cracking out that Vets. Can he get that knockdown? Oh my god. I hope that this will be a confirmed kill. And finally, they managed to confirm that kill right now from the 4 Kings coming out from Get with 10 kills in total. Plus the fact that they managed to really take the advantage of the green airdrop.
Yeah, I mean, LE and Terry, still a few players from their side, but it's more of the 4 Kings right now who is stacking up in those. Not only that, as you can see, Tom Pips has managed to save up 30,000 on those. And I guess there's not so much of use right now at this moment. I believe the blue has closed enough to get away from much as those buy stations. So it's more of engagement that they will be focusing right now. The only question is who target next, because I'm not being hacked by Super F at this point, and Raz might be able to take advantage. Woo! And there you go. A is going down, or might be the next. P love damage from Gale, and it is a few more points being added into the 4 Kings.
That is definitely true. 1 player being left from the TP, but we are seeing Team Hype right now with a 2v1 situation getting that win, and i.e. Nath saying goodbye or going back into the Gulag. Who knows? But right now, Hype is freaking Hype from this area, trying to rotate, having a quick rotation, definitely getting some resources outside of the zone, this time from Leap and Down. Here we go. And Yoko is also trying to take the advantage of the high ground, able to connect some few shots, but not able to confirm that kill, but also being aware from their surroundings because they heard some gunshots from the 4 Kings earlier. So right now they're not showing any aggressiveness. They're trying to be ready, but Leap and Bound, here we go. This is a chance to see who will be the best team. Is that going to be the 4 Kings? Is that going to be Leap and Bound? That's going to be interesting. We're also seeing Hype connect us a few shots, and this is one of the key gameplays right now and strategies, Brother Nep, because right now before they push into any opponents, they just want to make sure that they manage to hack down their classes so that they can definitely be confident enough to push in, and that's the one that we are seeing right now. Leap and Bound able to connect some few shots and 20 kills in total. Can you imagine? And here we go. Tom Pim saying goodbye, coming out from the goal. That was insane. Can he get 2 Ps? Can he get 2 Ps? Here we go. The goal was the one being knocked down on the ground. That was really a great counter coming out from 4
definitely
Kings.
a great counter indeed, because it's really tough to go in for engagement if you're lower ground or on that ridge. So 4 Kings, despite of losing Tom Pips, they still manage to recover and care of their advantage as well on the high ground. Now Hyper, Vivray, he's targeted, and let's see if Get can fit. Let's see ES Black trying to get away and leaving Asta behind, and 3 players from 4 Kings still on the roll, close to 20 eliminations already, and might be beating Leap Unbound on the elimination done. Only 14 remain in this fight, and all has 2 players on their side, but they've gone but too passive at this point. He's in the placement, been able to do a few.
That is right, and we are seeing Void right now trying to stay at the edge of the safe zone. That's the only choice that we have from the Leap and Bound. Yonko, Apex is also out there. 2 soldiers remaining, but we are seeing a great strategy from all of the teams right now, rotating, trying to find some good intel. 3 players from 4 Kings. Are they going to be crowned as the champion or the rank 1 on the first match? So let's see how it goes with the use of that. Snowy trying to adjust the position and also better vantage point going down already, trying to find some good intel. Yato is on the ground. Yonko is also attacking. 4 Kings get losing 2 soldiers. 1 soldier right now. Super Jeff is on the ground. Oh my god, what is going on right here? Let's see if 4 Kings get will be able to manage to survive. This is going to be a clutch. This might be a clutch with the shockwave being activated. Oh, Zelly on the ground. Oh my god, 2 soldiers remaining from 4 Kings, because Super Jeff is also out there, managed to go back on his feet and leave. Void is still rotating, and there's gonna be 3 soldiers. This is gonna be it, brother. This is gonna be the end of the round 1 with a 2v1 situation, but he has a great advantage. That's gonna be a good angle. Cracking out of this, connecting a few shots, but still, what a great movement that we are seeing from Super Zap. And Gans also for the support. And here we go, repairing his armor. Let's see how it goes. This is gonna be the end, brother Nep.
Oh, if they'll be able to end this quick, great position being done by Void and Ged only remaining. Well, I would like to see Duke going against Ged because the one their kid is COD community might be another showdown, but a 1v1 in game number 1 with there's 2 players and 2 teams. And there goes the jump, but unfortunately, Ged managed to get that victory, and 4 Kings win the first round.
Oh my god. That was really insane. So let's see. We'll be showing you right now the greatness of the first winner. The rank 1 of the first round goes to 4 Kings main team.
Definitely. I mean, that is just awesome. I was doubting if they'll be able to make a few elimination because we did point it out. Leap unbound, get 20 or a few more points ahead of, but with this change later on once everyone is on the leaderboard. But I'm really looking forward to more of both as well as Leap Unbound because that was a great 1v1. All right, let's see too. That could have been clutched earlier.
That's right. It was really intense because in terms of possession, right, the Leap Unbound got a good advantage, but he lost that patience because he fly down, but Get was ready for him. The moment he jumped out from that edge of the Rocky Mountain, that's the time Get pushed in and connected a few shots, and after that, it was really an easy kill. Great job for the 4 Kings. Great job for 4 Kings Get.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, loving that performance. He has to take that ridge as cover and not just wait for the opportunity. And once he went to the jump against Get, well, there's no way that but down, and it went a little bit lower than he was expecting. But good showing for both the teams, gets them closer to the next stage because of the number of points that they have gathered right here from play as well as elimination. I am forward to what the team will be offering right now. And for those of you who are wondering as well, apologies for me being robotic or at this point. This is something that I am fixing right here as well. But really appreciating everyone who's staying with of all this issue. And this is day 1. We might be encountering a lot of those, but what we're really excited is to see how the teams are fighting along in this battle, because this doesn't seem that the top getting first day jitters. They are excited to go into battle right now.
Correct, because we are seeing how aggressive they are and they're focused on their goal. They're really playing like they're in a mission. They just want to make sure that they will show up, that they're just gonna have all of the skills needed in chemistry in order for them to really attack, in order for them to really ambush their opponents. And true enough, because we saw how great Leap Unbound first with 20 plus kills, plus the 4 Kings after rotating, after Super Jeff able to come back on his feet and finishes the battle on the round 1. So it was crazy intense. That's the chaos that we saw from the round 1. But before we move on to the round 2 with Group B, we'll be showing you some details for what happened on the first round.
All right, so out of the MVP Super Jeff, I believe this is apologies, I believe this is not the actual scores for Jeff at this point, but I'm sure that 4 Kings would have an MVP on their side. And I'm really looking for the teams of 4 Kings will offering at this point right now. And well, not only Super Jeff, but also the rest of the teams. They did manage to serve earlier, and this is what we want to see out of one of the top teams in this tournament. But not only have another set of teams from Four Kings. This is Overlord and Overload rather, and they might need a little bit more to reach super the teams in that department.
Absolutely, Super Jeff, my brother from another mother. There you go. Super Jeff, what's up, bro? All right, being the MVP, that's one of the, I can say, a milestone right now because we are creating history, and this is, you know, the ones that we are talking about with Brother Neptune, legendaries are being made, and MVP Super Zev right now is being part of one of the legendaries that we have for the round one. So that's really a great performances, great job. Let's see how are they going to continue, how are they going to keep up with that kind of energy, because they're not going to play on a Group B because we have a different set of teams playing on Group B.
Yeah, the different set of teams, but we must see familiar names, familiar teams as well, because it's not the end of our group stages. For Group A, we will just be going a detour for a different group, and then later on in match number 3 they will be coming back. So for those of you who are fans of some of the best teams from Group A, hopefully you can stay with us, because there's a lot more that will be shown, that will be seen out of this game. And now that we will be going back in and isolated with a different set of I'm looking forward to really a little bit better showing for the other teams, not just one or two teams just showing up in terms of elimination, but also in survivability as well, and getting that victory.
Right, and victory is the key. So let's see how are they going to maintain that composure, and because they found a groove already by playing on the round 1, but moving on to the round 2, it's going to be a different set of teams where they're also excited to really play and really showcase how good they are into the battlefield. Like I keep on saying earlier, this is the history that we are making for the Garena September Cup with this kind of a BR tournament. This is the major BR tournament in our COD community, and all of the BR mains are all happy right now because the prayer has been answered, the request has been answered by Garena, and here we are.
Yep.
We are on a group stage. We're done with the Group A, and we're gonna have the Group B after this one, and we're just trying to make sure that all of the players are ready before we start the Group B.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, really looking forward to how Group B is going to turn up right now. Well, apologies that we are about to see a bit of what's going to happen in the game. Now, for those of you who are waiting right now, we will just be going for a quick break, fix a few of needs to be fixed before we go into Group B. So I am Neptune the General Garcia once again with Super Clark. We'll be back, and don't go away.
Disorder 希望の上にだけ咲く flowers 震える声に共鳴して硝煙に消えた someone's voice 変えてきてくれたがその願いは Your whole life till the end of life 一筋の光一人じゃない I'll be there 絶対なんで言葉は can't believe it 抱きしめた沈黙に祈り乾いた心を今燃やしている信じてくれ Great homies どんな時も side by side 止まるな止まるな Good to the end ためらうなよ face the light その手で今 make it come We're to the ball We're to the ball To precious 止まるな止まるなことで破れた地図に消えないトラウマ仲間のな心に刻んで優しい 走るでこうなってる命の壁にどうしようもない感情も No way out One last place One final stand 沈まない夜も We'll never fall 閉じない固い絆を胸に Feel no fate 守り抜くものは一つだけでいい約束の地へ帰るその日まで信じてくれ Great Homies どんな時も Side by side 止まるな止まるな Go to the end ためらうなよ Face the light その手で今 Make it come We're to the ball We're to the ball The pressure信じてくれ Great Homies どんな時も Side by side 止まるな止まるな Go to the end ためらうなよ Face the light その手で今 Make it come We're to the ball We're to the ball The pressure 止まるな止まるな Go to the end
And we are back. Good evening to all of you guys. This is Garena September Cup 2025, the first ever BR tournament brought to you by Garena. And here with me, my brother Neptune, giving us a lot of analysis, narrative of what is going on to the battle. And to give you more stories, we have Neptune right now on what happened on the Group A.
Yeah, so far the match winner of the previous match was this Group A in Isolated is Four Kings with Tom Pips, Get, Yato, and Super Jeff. And I am really looking forward to more coming from this team. Now, in a bit, we're going to see as well what they have brought in. Because as you can see in the elimination, we have 11 elimination coming from Four King Get. And I'm pretty sure with that, he would be our MVP. And I love this Wonder Kid overall from years back. He has shown great dominance, great determination, and improving his craft and playing Call of Duty Mobile. And right now, look at where he is, back into the major tournaments, being the MVP of that game number 1.
MVP it is. Really good. Got some skills. Improved from the very start right now here in Four Kings. He's definitely doing well. And to tell you more about it, what happened with in terms of ranking, we have Four Kings being on rank number 1 with 33 total of points, Leap and Bound with 28, 18 for Hyper, LE 12, 11 for Legem or Legum, 11 as well for IE and Rage, Pave Omni 10, 9 Rigid, FAG 8, and FX Academy 8. And the rest would be 11 Yonko 6, 5 LSK, VVV 5, 3 CF Amarok, Radians 3, 2 for Faldarus, Delta Main 1. Same score with Alexus and Nobia's main, and Soul doesn't have any score.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't get any score. I believe they wasn't able to join that game as well. That brings them to 0 points overall for that game number 1. There's still more chances for Group A for SLN at this point, and we are really looking forward to some of the scores getting close later on. If in case teams like Hyper, Vibra Esports, we've seen them, the hype coming from them, a lot of elimination, but unfortunately they were eliminated a little bit early, thus only low on the placement point. Now we are going in a little bit of review of what we are going to expect as well as what happened so far into this tournament. The registration was open and a lot of teams has went in for the qualifiers, 400 plus in total, well 400 plus to be to give an estimate, and now we are only down to 40 teams, 20 for each Group A and B, and so far we've seen a preview of what Group A has to offer for us.
Correct. Group A, 40 teams, and we're going to move on to the Group B. But before that, we have the roadmap for this tournament. As you can see right here, the qualifiers started last September 11 to 18, and today, the first day of the group stage from September 22nd to 25th, and followed by the playoffs, which happens on September 26th, and the grand finals would be September 27th.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're looking forward to how it's going to turn up in group stage right now for 4 days, and as well as on the grand finals. But for the tiebreaker rules, just in case there will be any tie that will be happening in any section, in any phase of the tournament, we calculate it as this. If they had win any victor or any games at this point, that will be the first counter, and then we go in for the total elimination points. And if in case that's still tied, after 2 tiebreaker, we will be going for the final or for the last round survival points. So definitely none of them will be tying up on that survivor rank. Otherwise, that would be a bug in the game.
I couldn't agree more. And this is the Victory Blitz format that will happen on the grand finals. The first ever team who will get the 80 points, they will be eligible to next victory, to where they just really need to be on rank 1 to be crowned as a champion. If none of the eligible teams were able to claim a victory by last game, definitely we will be going into the number of points from the first round up to the last round.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this encouraged the team not only to get all the points to reach that 80, but also if in case you win. And it is also showing that it's not a matter of luck for you to reach all those points. It also means that you can win every match or as much as possible most of the match that you played in. And this is why we put in this kind of final format, because our prize pool is no joke. We are looking at 25,000 US dollars in total, and the champions would be grabbing 10,000 US dollars. It goes down drastically on the second place and slowly goes down up until to sixth place with only 1,000 US dollars for that team. And unfortunately, none from those lower than six would be getting any prize pool, but this is where they need to prove their worth. This is where they need to start it off from the group stages to qualify onto the knockout stage, as well as to get into the grand finals. But as a recap of what has happened, Four Kings has won that isolated map. We are switching over to Group B right now, back in isolated OG map. And let's see, though, as to which of the Group B would be dominating this game. I know we have a list of who is on Group B as well, Clark, but I know know most of the teams right here. Who are you looking forward to perform in this next round?
Oh my God, that's really a good question, brother. Because we still seeing Four Kings. One of the teams of Four Kings will be playing on Group B. That's your Four Kings Overload. And also, just to give you some insight about another team that can rise on Group B, that's no other than Blackfire. They're also good. One of their players are really competing to any pro level tournament. So let's see how Blackfire will be able to perform and fight against Four Kings Overload, and definitely Delta Kings. Don't forget the Delta Kings. They're also freaking good in any fight. So I don't know. It might be Blackfire. It might be Delta. It might be Immortals Esports Team Exodus as well. So who knows?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to a lot of teams, especially for those you didn't mention, because despite of the title, despite of the prestige that some of the teams, as you did mention, has earned all throughout the community, there's still a lot of hope right here because they qualified against the 400 who went in this tournament. So really looking forward to what Garena September Cup for Call of Duty Mobile has to offer right here for teams on Group B, and as well as what fire will they be bringing, not just the black fire, but also the fire in their spirit, the passion that they have all through this years that they have played and supported Call of Duty Mobile in the Battle Royale scene.
And yep, you were right in saying the passion, because I've seen all of the teams, all of the players who keeps on playing in BR. I'm seeing them that they really dedicated all of the time just to improve their skills, especially on all of the pro teams that we have on the list on Group B. They have the passion, they have the dedication, and right now we are seeing them competing on Group A and Group B. So let's see, how are they going to really execute that one? How are they going to apply all of the experiences that they got? How are they going to really execute their experiences and their strategies moving towards to this tournament?
Yeah, definitely. And one thing that excites me as well is, since this is one of the more major tournament that we've seen, and a lot has utilized most of what is new, especially in the BR system. We know about the buy station as well as the gulag that we've seen earlier, and like from the days, I know I'm growing old, not only personally but also in Call of Duty Mobile. But from the days where we had that adrenaline, and then we switched to the armor and the kinetic armor, and then now we have the gulag as well as the buy station. It is just giving us more options to go and enjoy the game, to fight more into the battlefield. And back then, I was worried to be like eliminated, because once the squad has been wiped out, that's it, that's done. But the good thing that we still have the gulag in play, and if you cannot do a 1v4 against a team, at least a 1v1, you have a better advantage.
Right, advantage is the key, and that's the reason we keep on seeing a lot of strategies being made already just for this isolated map.
Hmm.
Because we still have another map, the Blackout map. So for this
Yeah.
isolated map, their strategy is kind of like they have a system that they need to activate. Like isolated map, this is our gameplay. Blackout, this is our gameplay. That's the one that we keep on seeing from the teams. How are they going to play an isolated map just to really take advantage of the gulag, or maybe not? And same thing, how are they going to really manage the cash that they are getting, right? How are they going to really use it carefully, or I could say intelligently, so that they will use that as one of their advantages?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, speaking about managing and investing in cash, that is something that I love as well, because I am a great believer of saving and investing.
There we go.
And like, as a dad and an uncle, I would say I encourage everyone to manage your cash well, because at some point you don't want to buy a loadout drop without waiting for the fire sale. Otherwise, it will be costing you 50,000 instead of the 35,000. So there's a lot of things that you need to consider, a lot of things that in decision making that you need to do in the game. But what's important right now definitely is the kinetic armor with a 5k in normal price and 3.5 in the fire sale, as well as I did mention this earlier, the gulag token that you can use into the game, the rival token. I know it's a little bit costly, but it gives more dividend once you are able to achieve that, and more chances for your team. So that gives you an exit strategy just in case you're in a rut and you're being gunned down by a lot of teams.
That is correct. More chances of winning. It's definitely on how you manage your cash. And the priority will be upgrading your classes. And then after that, save some cash and then buy your own arsenal, so that all of you will have your own first loadout, which gives you a lot of confidence in pushing and definitely annihilating all of your opponents. And that's the one that we are seeing to all of the teams right now playing an isolated map. Not only on the isolated, they're also using that one in a blackout map. The only difference is they just really saving some cash for the gulag, because if their teammates loses the chance or they failed to win into the gulag fight, they will still have another chance to come back into the battlefield by one of their teammates buying their their dog tag. So that's the one that we are seeing to all of the strategies that we are having in playing isolated map. But speaking of playing an isolated map, we are showing you the teams who will be playing in Group B.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're going to start off with 4K Overload, and we have 4 Valor Kings main: Exodus Prime, Blackfire, Cosa Nostra Nobleze, Delta Kings, Dream Crusher MC, Eminence, IE Exodus. We have KM2 Hades. We have Elite main, Most Wanted Vigilante, Fave main, Poison Ivy, Acclis. We have Rigid TSG. We have RVH Gemini. We have TMW Kratos, Uncrowned Kings, VE Artemis, as well as Triple V Vitus. And I'm seeing such familiar names from Group A right now. It's a good thing that there's a different showing coming from the brand itself. I know this is a different set of teams, but the organization itself, and you did mention about 4 Kings, you did mention about Blackfire as well as Delta Kings. There are a lot of familiar names, even from the past. And one thing I'm sure, I'm happy to see that there's still some representation coming from VVV or Triple V, because they were one of the OG brand, not only in Battle Royale, but in Call of Duty Mobile itself. So I'm really happy that they're still part of it. And Most Wanted as well. Most Wanted is one of the OG teams, brands as well in this game.
That is definitely true, and that's why I'm so happy to see them being part of the group stage, and hoping to see them as well excelling and going advanced into the grand finals. And I'm checking the list right now. Oh my god, this is really a jam-pack, brother, because I'm seeing Rigid Esports, Rigid TSG.
Close to your heart.
Yeah, they keep on they keep on winning a lot of tournaments, and they are also like one of the expectations to all of the viewers right now that Rigid TSC will be on top. Who knows? Because because of their records, because of their profile, it's automatic to all of the fans and all of the viewers that this Group B might fall under rigid TSG. But who knows? Because like again, we have some OGs. We have VVV. We have also one of the great teams that we have on the list. That's your Poison Ivy Team Atlas. They're also really good, brother Neptune. And Blackfire definitely. And as we all know, 4Ks. That's the reason why we have a lot of fans right now watching this live broadcast for this September Cup 2025. And we're definitely starting, brother. This is again a Group B.
Definitely no more waiting, and we are down to our next match. Now, this time, the flight path will be coming in from the south to the north, T3 Refinery onto frigid wetlands. And this is one thing that I often do when I'm playing in game. I mean, go up north from there because I did mention about how important snowboard is, and this is also far away from some of the teams. But as you can see, a potential hot drop might be happening in here in the part of estate, and also we're seeing a lot of engagement between IE, and they're taking down NXC at this point a little bit early. Not even the other teams has managed to drop in, and they are getting 2 eliminations already.
That is correct. 2 elimination from IE. Daddy start from Team Exodus right now, and they're not yet done because they're still seeing 2 soldiers right here, and that misdirection being activated right here. Let's see if that's really a great one, a great activation. Let's see how he will be able to use that one with a 2v1 situation, and he is down right away. That is saying 3 annihilation from Immortals Esports, with a little bit of trade from one of the players of Immortals Esports.
Yeah, apologies, Super Clark, but I am quite surprised right now because of where the first phase of the circle will be coming in. A lot of teams will be coming in from north, and they will be scrambling to go down south. But going in for a different team right now, Blackfire, with Red, who needs to recover, top up a little bit of the armor. He managed to do so, and is going in for the rush right now against some of the players coming from Unknown Kings. Now, Dardil will be one of those. Bird has been spotted. There goes backstab, and M4 LMG being left out. I know it slows you down, let us be able to have the firepower, and Dardil will fire back, and he used the same weapon. Match take down Red. Even Porto will be taken down by Void, and it seems like the Crown Kings will be getting the crown right now, but fortunately Dardil has been taken out with R9 from Nash TZ. Void on a 1v2 situation, and let's see if he'll be able to survive. Rewinding in place, but it does matter to head back into the field, but unfortunately into the gulag they go, and Uncrowned Kings will be back in a bit.
That was an intense battle that we saw from the Sin team, which is Team R. That's your Uncrowned Kings. Right now, they are not yet being crowned as the kings, but they might be a king at the end of this. Checking out the 4VK, I think that's a rough start from them because we're seeing one of the players looking. Here we go, guys. Calling all of the 4Kings fan. This is your 4Kings overload right here. As you can see, they don't have any kill. This is one of their strategies where they just really need to find a lot of great loot, and after that one, get some cash, and then buy their own arsenal. That's one of their strategies that they keep on doing. And Holy Father is definitely one of the famous players that we are seeing for 4Kings overload, and a lot of fans really excited to see how Holy Father will be able to perform for this Group B, and just like that, that's really a great battle that we are seeing with a 2v1 situation going into the gulag away. That's crazy. Right now, going back to the fools, running around with the cargo truck.
Definitely, 4Kings right now will be picking up some trash at this point. If they manage to see some of the players, and FHJ coming in from one of the players, which is Tokyo. This is really deadly. It seems like 4Kings would want to be a tank at this point, running in with strength and the armor of that truck, as well as an FHJ. But I believe they will be heading into a buy station as well, and let's see what else they will be bringing into the table, as some of the teams right now will just be hanging back and waiting for the opportunity really to go in for the fight. And in the chopper we go. Poison Ivy would be deadly at this point, but they will need to loot up a little bit more into the platform.
right, and they're trying to check and gather a lot of pieces right now from the platform. They managed to leverage the wings that they've got going into the platform, so that's one of the keys in winning the battle, making sure that you have all of the resources. That's going to be the strategy, one of the strategies of Poison Ivy Team Active. So far, it's good. They don't have any kills. They got some cash. They got a complete squad. And meanwhile, checking out Team D right here. So let's see how he goes. And VVV at the same time, they're not yet done from this location. As you can see, 2 players are into the gulag, but still managing to survive. That's your VVV, and they're starting the fight into the gulag right now. So let's see if they can get a win. That's going to be a sad or assassin, rather. Here we go, and trying to somehow use a better angle. We're here looking for a better chance and connecting a few shots, but his opponent is really good right now. He's also having a lot of patience, so that's one of the keys in winning into the gulag, though I seldom win the gulag fight, brother. So let's see how are they going to really adjust the position. Here we go. It's like changing their position level. High ground, great job. Not really creating a lot of noises. Let's see if this VVV Assassin EXO will be able to manage to grab the W at the end, because right now they're rocking up 3 kills in total as a team, and 2 players are into the gulag. And checking out 4 Kings overload once again. As you can see, a lot of vehicles being used by 4 Kings. That's one of the keys in transitioning to a different location, bringing them from point A to point B, and they're showing a lot of confidence level because they're making a lot of noises. So it's kind of like sending a message to the opponents that, hey, we are here if we are coming.
Let's see if they'll be able to cover right in onto the battlefield, looking for some opponents, but we are seeing IE right now going in, bringing a little bit of challenge onto Poison Ivy. You know how it is. When you go in against Poison Ivy, you would get itchy, and hopefully they're not itchy enough to pull that trigger and expose their position. But Poison Ivy pulls away from the engagement. Here comes IE going in for the chase. This is G Grand Theft at this point, going in for that rush, as well as trying to make that vehicle explode. A little bit of misdirection coming from Apollo at this point, just to distract what Poison Ivy has to offer. But Lich will go in for a takedown, but he as well will be going down. Drain only remaining at this point, and Poison Ivy will need to get away, though there's still a little bit of chance. Into gulag they go, but Hasbu jumping in, and there goes a backstab coming from Apollo. IA wins that fight against Poison Ivy.
That's going to be hard. That's going to be hard to survive with the 3v1 situation onto the hill. And checking out Team L right now, one of the OGs, the most wanted, is the one that we are seeing on POV. And from the killer feed, AM2 is on the ground. Same thing with Axis, having some engagement. So let's see if Shiba will still be able to somehow get some great loot from this location, because it's one of the keys. And here we go, rotating, having a complete squad right off the bat. They got a first blood in their bag, and in front of them, that's your Team E. And moving on to the 4 Kings overload in the new vision, fighting against close water battle, trying to finish a few shots. Dream, great knockdown on the ground. That's an easy kill coming out from the 4 Kings. And Tokyo is really trying to rotate over here, trying to find some good intel. Same thing with Holy Father at the very lowest round of the new vision city, and changing to the Team E. This is the one that I'm talking about earlier. They got to get this point that they can take advantage of, to where they will find some great angle to attack.
See on how great their attacks will be at this point. Rigid, they have lost Sekre, and now has been picked up. Now they're still alive though. They are very close into bridge right now, but it might be troublesome if in case they lose that position once that blue closes in. But I think there's a little bit safe, because earlier when we saw 4 Kings, they were on the edge of the previous circle, as well as it would be in a bit. But there's a lot of contention that might be happening from that side, so they need to be cautious. For Leap, if I'm not mistaken, they are outside of the blue right now in Military Research Center, and they would need to get away from here and probably move into the next phase of the zone. For Axis, at this point. They do have vehicle, but it's just unfortunate that they've lost a few of their players already, and or they have just left them behind. Axis would be in the blue. They were left out with a ticket on the bus, and let's see if they can manage to survive, because I'm pretty sure in this case, in this phase of the circle, which is second, it would be difficult to survive if you get stuck out in the open.
That is right. Absolutely. I couldn't agree more, brother. And let's see how it goes right now. Looking at the map, a lot are still at the edge of the zone. And only 1, 2, 3 teams that I'm seeing inside of the circle. So that's one way of being ahead of their and making sure that they have a better position. So let's see how it goes, because a lot of teams right now trying to be ready. Definitely, they might have a med class being activated. And here we go with the FHJ Costa Deluxe or Deluxe. I'm not really sure. I'm having a hard time to Deluxe. There we go. Use,
you know why it's Deluxe?
Why?
Because it's delicate. It's delicate.
Oh my God!
Delicate. Deluxe. Apollo right now going in for the chase. Lacos might be lacking on that firepower, but does have enough to go for escape. And well, it seems like IE would be winning this fight at this point, and they have 15 elimination already. And you know how it is with teams like this, IEX lose with a lot of elimination. They have a better chance of winning the fight in the final circle, as well as being placed number 1, similar to what we earlier out of 4 games and lead. But Oza, Raph would be stuck, would be taken down by Glue, and I'm seeing an FHJ right now, and Axis would be forced to drop down, and Koza would just be waiting. Same goes with IE.
That is correct. Touch is right there, rushing in already, because they saw already they managed to destroy that wings, but Rigid Esports is also right there. So let's see how are they going to knock down one of the players. In fact, Axis is on the ground right away. That's a action coming out from Rigid Esports. Slashing him out, and Axis is really rotating, trying to be at the edge of this rocky mountain, and knowing the location of Rigid Esports, they're not really showing some aggression right now, because they need to be ready and have a great defense. Meanwhile, checking out Rigid Esports, Slashy, they got a good high ground position. That's one of their advantages. So let's see how clever they are in maintaining that position. How are they going to really use that one in terms of their advantage? Because we are seeing 3 different colors from this location. We have Casa, we have NXC, so let's see how it goes. And Rinka up here in our killer feed. Rinka getting another annihilation, and here we go. Slash, he's about to close out the gap, and here we go. Let's see if they're going to penetrate. Oh, I think they're not being aware, but they're choosing to focus on that target, that NXC, and leave Sat losing the battle already, in Casa being on to the ground. That's going to be cut. We're still seeing some of the players, and a lot of aggression being made by the Rigid Esports, annihilating them all with a total of 12 kills.
Yeah, definitely Rigid doesn't need to be shaved at this point. They are putting up the fight. 12 elimination already in the game, and let's see on what more can they bring in. A lot of fights happening outside and also into the next phase of Circle, because from where we saw the next phase would be, it is very near into that river side, into the side. The only question is, will there be any moving any space for the teams to move out of? Because with all this engagement out in this edge of the circle, they are still far away from the river. That might put them on to engage against each other and losing their opportunity to get that victory. So that's one thing that we need to take advantage of, as well as to think of prioritizing in moving with the zone or before the zone goes in. For Brigado, we have one Sanma that will be coming back, and Sonder would be waiting as well, but in front of him might be Most Wanted, who would be putting them, or 4VK, on a Most Wanted list and will be chasing him out.
That's right. The Leap main team right now is trying to be ready, but they're still outside of the zone, getting a lot of damage just outside of the circle, trying to connect a few shots coming out from Most Wanted Shiba. That's a 2v1 situation, but they're not really being committed to confirm that kill, baby. They're making sure 100% that they can annihilate one of the players of Leap main team. As you can see right here, trying to rush in using that vehicle, trying to be inside of the zone to avoid any further damages. But too unfortunate, oh my God, bumping into a tree out there, but in front of him, there's a 2 soldiers of lead main team. And outside of the zone, Poison Ivy Team Atlas, Lich is also out there, able to come back into the gulag. But right now, PJ and Kyle PC is definitely doing some reset, gathering a lot of resources with the ATV that they can drive around so that it will be faster for them to be inside of the circle.
A little bit chaotic. It would be chaotic, not even poetic at this point, because a lot of teams would be squished in. We're seeing some already into the zone, and one of those are Four Kings. But unfortunately for them, some of the players like Holly Potter is already in the gulag, and he needs to win this fight. A potential backstab, and there he goes, taking down Civ from Most Wanted, and he will be coming back. Shiva and the rest of the teams right now would need to bring him back, but it's so unfortunate that they will be fighting this battle with only 3 man strong. Raph right now trying to evade the onslaught of Shiva, but will there be enough time? The HP is coming down. Shiva might be going down as well. And there you have it. 1 man down. The rest of the teams, even Ban, would not be able to survive because of Blues eating them alive. Only 6 though would be the one surviving. And there's a shot as well. No shot from him. It was just a takedown by the Blue, and a lot of teams being eaten by the Blue at this point.
That is correct, and that's the most important thing. You got to be aware from the damages that you are getting. In fact, you also need to consider that someone is out there about to do some gatekeeping. That's the one that we are seeing from Rigid Esports. They throw some grenades in it. Was really an easy kill because of the damages that you already have outside of the safe zone. Seeing them right now on top of the hill. Let's see how are they going to really close the gap from the position of Team D. Happens to be Blackfire. So let's see how good they are. Checking out another team right here. That's your teammates. We are only seeing 1 player left right now. Too unfortunate for them. And IE Team Exodus is also inside of this location. They got a better position, but they just really need to be ready. Looking at the number of soldiers that they've got, they got a complete squad. So let's see how smart they are fighting against Rigid Esports. But right now, Rigid Esports is running around at the edge of this. Here we go. Close quarter battle. Lacoste from NXC losing the battle. Just like that, it was really an easy kill with a 2v1 situation and Blackfire in front of them. They just really need to think of a ways on how to really execute their plan because the Blackfire got the high ground. Same thing with Poison Ivy. So let's see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes. So far, there's a lot of engagement that has been happening all throughout this battlefield, and Lacoste was the only survivor for NXT from that moment. But for Four Kings, Remy, I believe, is just swimming around, just going a little bit Dory, just keep swimming, and not quite sure if he can remember to head up, because for Winter's side, slowly losing HP, he needs to see or make sure that they will be able to survive a little bit longer. But speaking of surviving a little bit longer, there's no time to think about that. They want to go for engagement, and Dream would be able to take that nightmare, but unfortunately they are also being taken out by Poison Ivy, and only one survived. Make that no one survive for Dream.
No one is definitely surviving, but also they're doing their best to really confirm that kill. That's really the key in winning this Garena September Cup. But as you can see right now, Poison Ivy Team Atlas Dre is really using that Snowbee rotating, but you got to be careful because 2 players from Four Kings Overload swimming in. High ground advantage from Red. Let's see how clever he is in using that one. And here we go, trying to rotate, have a better position in terms of Rigid Esports. There's a lot of different colors that we are seeing right now. There's going to be the Chaos Rigid Stellar, getting a lot of damages, being knocked down on the ground by Rika, one of the best player that we have from our IE. And here we go, Sekre about to do some counter adjusting the position, but he knows already that someone is on top of the hill, and that's why he's definitely changing, using that Snowbee to rotate. Checking out Poison Ivy Dre, having a lot of patience, trying to find some perfect opportunity to attack, but Fire having a complete squad rotating as well. Nasty having the advantage. Here we go, and that's what I'm talking about. But Dre surprised surprising
Soda
him
collapse.
when he's not able to react out there. But Nash, easy to see if Nash will be attacking him because he's the only player that we are seeing right now from Poison Ivy Team Atlas going outside of the zone. I'm not really sure if that's really a great idea. Losing a lot of HP, but Blackfire still pushing the Immortals Esports. Rengar getting another kill, having a complete squad. 2 soldiers remaining from Blackfire, and Dre still surviving, rotating from this rocky mountain. Dre's about to push in. Here we go. But Glue is out there doing some close water battle. Oh my god. Glue got knocked down on the ground. What a great transition from Dre. He keeps on winning the battle. Another close water battle, brother. Another close water battle, but he's the one being knocked down on the ground. And we have a winner. Congratulations to our Team 9. No other than Immortals Esports Team Exodus.
Yeah, Exodus from Immortal Esports. They managed to survive 4-man strong. And I'm pretty sure even from the moment that we saw them earlier, they had a lot of elimination. And I'm really happy to see this team really show up at this point against those teams that you did mention earlier, like 4 Kings, Overload. We have a Blackfire also in that final circle, and as well as Poison Ivy Dre, who is unfortunate that they managed to find that final circle but only have 1 player remaining. But at this point, it seems like IE would just be showing up even more and even stronger into the next battle once we see him on Group B, match number 4.
Group B match number 4, but before that, it was really an intense battle that we saw in isolated map for Group B. Great job to Immortals Esports Team Exodus and also Dre. I thought it might be a plus because he's definitely doing great. He got 1 piece, he got 2 pieces at the edge of that rocky mountain, and after that being caught off guard by Immortals Esports because the barriers out there, that's a 2v1 situation. It's going to be hard for you to survive, but a lot of players really, if they're really composed and not losing, or like others saying, not to choke, right? Not to choke. They can still have a chance to win that 2v1 situation and do some claws. And that's one that I'm expecting from Dre because he got a better position. But Exodus, they know what to do and they know how to attack. They know how to end the battle.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's tough though being solo in a 4-man battle. And that's one thing. I mean, that's one thing that we keep going in, especially when we talk about the tiebreaker, because the survival ranks, survivability is what the battle royale really needs. And you know how it is in Call of Duty Mobile. It has given so much chance for a team to survive. Like, first off, we do have the revival, and then we have the gulag, and it's more of like being aggressive, but tactical aggressive and not really risking your teammate. And that's where the importance really come from when we look at that comparison of IE Exodus as well as Poison Ivy Dre when we saw them earlier. Even 4 Kings Overload, they tried to survive a little bit. We saw 2 of their players just swimming around and trying to get close. But it's just unfortunate that they were in a good spot earlier, but their rotation delayed their approach, and thus they were caught off guard. Not even a chopper to work with, and they were forced to slowly move into the next phase where everyone is already, and they might be targeting them. So, well, it is what it is at this point. At least they got a good placement, and in terms of elimination, that's what we have to see in a bit.
That's right, and it's a good thing that you mentioned about being tactical, which is one of the strategies that you can do and activate in playing isolated map. Because of that changes, we're not seeing all of the teams being aggressive. Because as you'll know, being the OG players, Neptune, right? When we started the BR,
old guy player.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I thought it's a different meaning, but it is what it is, as you mentioned, right? But yeah, the gameplays that we keep on seeing before in BR community, any major tournaments or any scrimmages or any minor tournaments, we keep on seeing all of the teams are really crazy aggressive in playing BR community, and because of that changes, because of the feature being added in isolated, they change their approach. It's kind of like they're teaching us to be clever. They're teaching us, or Garena is teaching us to be smart and on how to execute your plan.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just going back to the basics on what the basics of Battle Royale is. If you understand the gameplay, if you know, you know the game overall, because we've been playing it and everyone has been playing it for a long time, all you have to do is put all those knowledge together, survive a little bit longer, but also put in a fight just in case it happens. Don't have to really chase out on everyone and then gather all those points, because yes, it does work in terms of your placement in the group stages, but when it comes to the victory blitz, then that's where everything would be at risk, because the one point that the tournament is looking for is for you to win and be that number one most of the time, if not all of the time. But for speaking of number one, the match winner of this game, we have Immortal Esports Exodus. We have Hasbro, Apollo, Rinka, and Glue right now. 11 points being grabbed by Apollo.
Wow.
And similar to what we've seen earlier from Get of Four Kings, he has matched up to what the previous winner has to offer. And I'm pretty sure Apollo will be our MVP for this game.
I couldn't agree more. Seeing the number of eliminations from Apollo, definitely declared as the MVP on Group B. Great performances. What a phenomenal number of kills as a team of Immortals Esports Team Exodus. They're also one of the pro teams that we have on the list, and it clearly shows how great they are, with a huge help coming out from Apollo having 11 kills and being the MVP.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, being the MVP at this point is a prestige, because we were talking about on how this is where legends are made. And so far, being the ones with getting 2 digits in terms of elimination makes you a legend already. And all that chaos, everything that's been happening, and still you get this kind of points. That's something else, Cell, in terms of being one of the greatest in this region in Garena Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale.
One of the greatest. I couldn't agree more. He's one of the best player that we saw earlier from the Group B. And not only that, because as a team itself, they are strong. They got the style, they got the play style, they got the strategies to win this Garena Beer Tournament September Cup 2025 with a prize pool of 10,000 US dollars for the champion. So let's see how committed they are. How are they going to be consistent in terms of their performances? Because they got a good momentum right off the bat by starting getting the W on the Group B. So right here, we will be moving back to the Group A for the Blackout map. So this is going to be interesting, because we keep on discussing earlier with brother Neptune that this is going to be a different play style. As you will know, playing in a Blackout map, it was crazy huge map, and this is the rankings that we have, brother Neptune, for the Group B.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have seen IEX Dus with 39 total points. So that's 29 elimination to their side, plus the 10 placement point. And Blackfire, in spite of them not surviving a little bit longer, but at least they did have 19 in terms of elimination. Brings them closer to the top as well. Poison Ivy, a lot of threats has gone against them, but they still managed to survive and fought to the T. The same goes with Rigid TSG. Again, a lot of unfortunate event that happened, especially for 4K Overload, because they, first off, we've seen them, everyone into the Gulag, and then they went into New Vision City, and it's only 2 of them that managed to survive, or make that one of them that managed to survive towards the final circle, and that was Winter. But for the rest of the teams like Fave Main, TMW Kratos, Dream Crusher MC, as well as Uncrowned Kings, and 4 Valor King Main, they will be part of the first half of our Group B.
That's right. Great performances from all of the teams, as you can see in terms of number of total of points. They are all doing great. Now we're gonna go back to the Group A, playing in a Blackout map for the match 3. And this is the one that I'm talking about earlier, playing a Blackout map. There's no Gulag, so it only means that they will be activating their strategies playing in a Blackout map. And expecting a lot of FHJ, SMRs, and the vehicles roaming around the map because this is really a huge map, and a lot of players also trying to save a lot of cash just to make sure that they can buy early their own arsenal. So let's see how it goes, brother, because we are back to the Group A to where we saw them performing earlier in isolated map.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different gameplay overall. First off, we don't have Gulag. We don't have that much in terms of what is offered in Isolated. And I love this. This is like just like nostalgia overall in terms of playing Garena Call of Duty Mobile. It just goes back to the basics once again on how this game is being played in a so the old map has newer features, and then the new map has the older features at this point, which gives us more perspective and what teams has to offer. And that's one reason as well why we are switching these teams up in this specific map. So let's see though if the same tactics, or no, the same aggression would be shown by those teams who dominated that Group A, and I would love to see more of those who didn't, because I know why we the reason why we extended our group stage and set it up just like this is that to give opportunity as well for those who weren't able to do that much on a previous game, and now try to plan out, give them more time to plan out their approach onto the next game to give us more excitement on what they can show on the battlefield.
Right, because if you're not able to perform well on isolated map, you still have another chance in playing in a Blackout map. So you got to be ready, you got to act quick, and we might be seeing a passive gameplay at first, and going into the mid part of the battle, that's where we'll be seeing some aggression from any other teams because they got their own loadout. At first, we will be seeing some of the teams trying to load, trying to look for a better loadout, and after that one, they're going to ambush or use a lot of vehicles around the map, and we might be seeing some, I can say, a lot of teams dropping off into the construction site. But before that, we're gonna go ahead and have a quick break. We'll be right back.
空咲くディスオーダー希望の上にだけ咲くフラワーズ震える声に共鳴して荘園に消えた Someone's voice 変えてきてくれたがその願いを Hold the light till the end of night 一筋の光一人じゃない I'll be there 絶対なんで言葉は Can't believe it 抱きしめた想い沈黙に祈り乾いた心を今燃やしている信じてくれ Great Homies どんな時も Side by side 止まるな止まるな Good day ためらうなよ Face the light その手で今 Make it come We're to the ball We're to the ball The precious 止まるな止まるな Good day破れた地図に消えないトラウマ仲間のな心に刻んで優しく導いてこうなってる命の風にどうしようもない感情も No way out One last place One final stand 沈まない夜も We'll never fall 動じない固い絆を胸に Feel no fate 守り抜くものは一つだけでいい約束の地へ帰るその日まで信じてくれ Great Homies どんな時も Side by side 止まるな止まるな Good day ためらうなよ Face the light その手で今 Make it come We're to the ball We're to the ball The precious信じてくれ Great Homies どんな時も Side by side 止まるな止まるな Good day ためらうなよ Face the light その手で今 Make it come We're to the ball We're to the ball The precious 止まるな止まるな Good day
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is Garena September Cup 2025 Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale. And so far, we've seen 2 matches already happen, and we have seen different teams taking #1 spot. I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by the one and only Super Clark, and we'll be your caster all throughout the day. And I'm really excited on what the teams has shown to us right now, Super Clark.
I am so excited too because this is really what are we the things that we are waiting for in the Call of Duty community, Call of Duty mobile community, because it's been a long time since we had this kind of tournament for BR community, and we are happy right now because Garena answered that request, answered all of our prayers to have a major tournament for BR community. And before we move on to the next round, we'll be showing you again the MVP for Group B. And here we go. That's your Renka, one of the best players of Immortals esports team, Exodus with 11 kill points. Great job, great battle coming out from IE Renka. So that's the winner from Group B and the MVP on Group B. Meanwhile, we are waiting for all of the soldiers by now to be ready for the Group A. We will be playing into the Blackout map, and we will be showing you again what happened, or the overall rankings that we have for Group A.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, after the first match, this is what we have witnessed. It is the Four Kings main taking the board in the #1 spot, followed by Leap, Unbound, Unboo. And we saw that 1v1 that happened in there. What it started
Yeah.
off with a 1v2 against Leap and Four Kings, but it's just a great tactics and quick decision that has been made by Ge to be able to maintain composure as well as to wait for Leap to leap out and take the shots come from Four Kings. But I would love to see more out of these teams because as you can see, the top two has pulled away from the rest of the teams in terms of points, and even from the eighth place up until the last is only one digit. So it's not just a number. It's just not just a matter of pulling a double digit, but the lead that you have, and this is evident that how important getting a lot of points as well is once you get in grand finals. But I'm really looking forward to who else will be showing up. Would it be the same team? Would it be Four Kings once again, or probably different? We also know that IE is part, or one of the teams from IE is also part of this game, so they might be feeling left out after their brothers from Group B has managed to grab that victory.
Oh, that's a good one. So a lot of expectation right now from Immortals Esports team and Rage for Group A if they can grab the W. Same, just from the other teams, which is their brothers. But on the other hand, can we see a back-to-back win for the Four Kings? Who knows? Are we going to see some crazy clutch win? Who knows? Those are the things that we are excited for to see in Group A Blackout map, because this is really a different approach. We keep on talking about it, the style, the strategies that they're going to make on Blackout map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, how well can they play in a different map overall after reset? And this is one thing that we want to see more in this fight, see more into the battleground, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see more of what else to expect in this game, because it might be near. The Blackout would be starting in a bit, and I will want to see who's going to dominate in this fight. Would it be the same team as you did call out, or somewhat different? Because we want to see, especially for those who are in MYSG in Group A, there are 3 representatives, so there might be 3 opportunity for them to get back into the board.
That's right, because from MYSG we have 3 teams such as FXG, Radiance, and Yonko Apex. On the first match, we saw how great FXG was. They managed to perform. They rack up some great number of kills. In fact, all of the other teams from MYSG, they managed to have a phenomenal performances. So let's see how consistent they are going into the Blackout map. This is the round 2 of the Group A match. And to start off, as you can see from the map right here, this is the one that I'm talking about. I'm expecting a lot of teams will be dropping off onto the construction site because, one, we know for a fact that there's a lot of resources available in the construction site, but you got to be careful because this is the turf of Four Kings.
Yeah, also some priorities would be those helicopter spawns. So the chopper spawns like estate, we have construction site as I did mention, and so as you can see right now, even turbine, 2 spawns will be in there. So a lot of teams would be trying to aim for that because what they need is mobility. But as you look into cargo docks, there's 3 teams or 2 teams that would potentially engage, as well as those on the hydro dam. So they're keeping their distance, knowing that this is a huge map, and this is where they start off that survivability. The only question is, would they be able to maintain that? Because once they cut cross through the teams as they go into the first phase of the circle, it would be tight because half of which, or almost half, is water at this point, and none has managed to take onto Hijack. So Hijack is one of the potential POIs that team can take just to make sure that they will not be spotted that easily.
Just to give you an idea, brother, right now, all of the major tournaments that we have in BR, we keep on choosing only playing in a Blackout now. Maybe because they don't really master on how to play into the gulag. But right now, since there's no gulag, we are seeing Pavecats saying goodbye right away. That's a dog tag right here from the Team E. But let's see, because of the experiences in I can say the time that they spend already for Blackout map is longer enough compared to isolated map. So I'm expecting a lot of great things that will happen in a Blackout map, and we're gonna go back to the passive gameplay. I'm not sure how tactical they are in this Blackout map, but passive definitely yes in playing Blackout map, because this is really a huge map. As you can see from the killer feed, we keep on seeing one player being knocked down on the ground, but Leap and MJ going down right here and trying to look for a better angle and still looking for a better resources that he can definitely use in fighting his opponents.
Yeah, well, we have Legem right now, Legem Ivnavia, who's going to fight against HXL or HLX and create defense being done by Nel Po. At this point, Bright jumps in, and there goes Jack 12 being put into good use, taking him down. But unfortunately for Legem, it's only left to one player who is fighting back with an M4 LMG, but into the gulag they go, as some of the players from HX or HLX would be picked up. Helixus vicious, and we've seen how vicious they are in this fight. The only question is, will they be vicious as well later on?
There you go. That's true enough, but that's really a good trade happened from Helixus. In fact, they managed to scan the dog tag right away. A good trade happened that we saw from that gunfight. Moving on to Team Delta. So you can see they are all free roaming around from this map. This one that I'm talking about, looking at the cast that they've got from their bags, that's something that they can definitely use in upgrading their class from the buy station, and also saving some for the arsenal. That's one of the keys in winning this battle, making sure that they got their own loadout as early as we speak, because so that they can definitely annihilate a team. In fact, saying annihilation earlier, i.e. that is on the ground. And here we go, close quarter battle that we are seeing right here. Let's see if he can manage to close out the battle by winning this one. That's a 2v1 situation. Oh, tight space, nowhere to go with a 2v1 situation. That's the first blood coming out from IE and Rage.
Yeah, well, it's unfortunate for the teams of SLN. Well, they are currently in the bottom leaderboard, but they only also have one player remaining at this point. But we have seen, or we are seeing CF right now putting that wrath against IE. And, well, let's see on engagement. That is potential to happen in Hydro Dam. It started off on the drop spot, but we haven't seen so much of a fight. And OBS Claude at this point has great advantage of finding where the opponents are. Gecko teasing will try to move in against some players of OBS, but no! Claude managed to take him down. Here comes KG trying to jump in, but I think that was just, they were just editioning against OBS at this point. And will they be able to survive? That is the biggest question I have right now, because Delta doesn't seem to be the alpha in this game right here.
I like that, because OBS main, if 4 Kings got their own turf in construction site, OBS keeps on dropping off from this map. So this is the main team of OBS, and they know already where to go. All of the corners from this building, from this hydro dam, are definitely one of the things that they master of. So that's why they know where to go, they know where to move, and they know the weakest or the strongest point of this location. In fact, they're hacking it out, so that's really the sign to where they're going to push in. So let's see if there will be any chaos that we will be seeing from the hydro dam. As you can see, LSK Elio using the snow beam side of this building, and here we go, targeting Delta, knocking him down right away. Juice will be saying goodbye. That's going to be a dog tag, another one. Elio confirming that kill and seeing one of the players of OBS right now. Can he survive? What a Marcelin move from OBS. Let's see how are they going to answer. Let's see if there will be any counter, because we are seeing 3 different colors fighting inside of this hydro dam.
LSK might be going in as a TSK, because it will be at this point on how they are trying to survive. It didn't work that well against OBS. Delta Bunny, in spite of the downfall of some of their players, just managed to find a hiding spot, and he's quite safe though, out in the open, and still have a Gecko TZ who will be coming back in a bit, but we'll have to see or look for him later on. But what it would pay for Delta to be there and just waiting for OBS to move away would be costing them their HP. But speaking of costing them, it doesn't cost Leap to put in the damage and some of the players, as well as you can see the loot box on the ground right now. But we are seeing a glimpse of how Bunny will try to get away. I mean, you know how Bunny is. They hop that easily, but I'm not seeing any hop from this guy right now.
That is true. Great job, brother Nep, describing the situation of Bunny here. And also, Bunny needs to consider as well the damages that he's getting outside of the safe zone. But the mission that he has is to grab the dog tags of his teeth. As you can see right here, Jamiel and KJ will be coming back into the battlefield in no time. So that's really a good sacrifice, compromising a bit of HP from Bunny, but looking at a different team right here from Team G, also outside of the zone, Ravager or maybe FSJ being used right now from that Antelope, and that's why he got no choice but to get out. And here we go, getting some damages, but Bunny, oh my god, still hopping off from that location and checking out VVV. Let's see how he goes, how OGs they are. How are they going to plan things out? They got a complete squad. They got a good vantage point, as you can see right here, high ground advantage. They got a complete squad looking at the map at the same time. Some of the few teams still outside of the zone, and Team N and definitely too far from the circle. And I'm really sure 100% brother Nep that one of the players from Team N got the med class, so that's why they're doing their best to really be inside of the zone. And here we go, the battle that's happening already from Leap with a high ground, but the goal I think is on the ground and patiently waiting, doing some reset. Some of the players, that's a good trade. Let's see if this going to be the perfect opportunity for Dugo to go back on his feet.
Let's see, Dugo, he's bleeding out right now. And you know how it is. If Dugo bleeds out, the team might be feeling the same thing. But it's a good thing that pickup has been done. But for how long? Because though it's near, there's still a few players from VVV who would try to defend their place into the next phase of the circle. But I think Dugo was able to go and move in, I believe. And now he is recovering. Burn is trying to push out those of the players from VVV, especially for those in vehicles, taunting them with that FHJ. And Leap, unbound, is now unbound and might be able to break free of the chains that has been brought to him by BVV.
Break free, that's true, and that's a complete squad. Yeah. Here we go, a little bit of showcasing how good brother Neptune in terms of singing.
No. I'm not a singer. I'm not a singer. I'm just a shoutcaster at this point.
All right, and going back into the battlefield, Foreign Kings. There we go. The much-awaited team. Seeing them performing, fighting against Team B. Here we go. Let's see if they can annihilate them. This is the Fast and the Furious action battle that we are seeing. Open area. One player from Team B got knocked out on the ground. Another one. Can he get two Bs? A is about to be on the Z side because he's on to the ground. What a great help coming out from Top Tips and Yato confirming that kill. And let's see, we're still seeing a complete squad from 4 Kings. Great job in taking the attendance of all of the supply boxes available right now after killing them all with 3 kills in total.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is what they need right now. Compared, apologies for comparing this 4 Kings to Overload, because earlier Overload has been dying out a little bit early, but this 4 Kings main might be a little bit stronger, even against R, who's bleeding out and only 56 HP remain, but putting a good fight against Yato. Great slide there to get away from harm, but R will be taken down. D is still up in play, and this is just something that I'm noticing. The team name Rads is equivalent to their IGN. I love that they are coordinated that way. Hopefully they are coordinated in play as well, but it seems like it because the timing of that revival, the timing of them getting back in time, and they know enough that they don't have to rush against 4 Kings. So they just have to take it slow right now, but how can they take it slow? Because it seems like the blue as well as the circle is closing in on a lot of teams, and they would be squished in together and a lot of engagement might unfold.
And Bunny still being alive right now, brother. So you can see down to Bunny able to survive from the fight against OBS main. But looking at it, He's just patiently waiting to get code TC and KG so that they will have another opportunities to do some regroup. As you can see right here, there we go. That's going to be the sports bike being used by Jamil, but still outside of the zone. Seeing the players of Team E right now trying to push in. Let's see if they're going to close out the gap and finish the battle fighting against Team Delta. But right now, adjusting the position, finding a good defense from any houses available from this area, but also being aware from the damages that they're getting outside of the safe zone. CF is also about to do some third party. That's going to be a gatekeep. Who knows? But KG flying down already, choosing to be inside of the mansion. Also still outside of the zone. Ali still patiently waiting at the edge of the circle. That's really a great idea. That's really a perfect plan that they can do right now. As you can see, they're doing some gatekeep. Long range battle. Easy done is on the ground. Asta is also fighting with a 2v1 situation. And Bunny still being alive, repairing the armor. As you can see, close water battle. Oh my god, that's a great plan coming out from Gavin. Here we go, close water battle. Can he get 2Bs? Can he get 2Bs? And Salty saying goodbye. A dog tag and Bunny is still hopping off at the edge of the circle and gap rotating using that Snowbee. What a great plan. What a great execution.
Yeah, definitely a great execution coming from Grab at this point, but he needs my bro to be brought back up. But there's not so much time to do so. And there goes shot on some of the players, and a takedown has been done on Fryx. Ali is the only one remaining at this point from CF, and here comes Gab going in for dog tag. He might be able to go for revive as well. Heroic antics being done by Gob. He should not be named Gob. He should be named God because he is resurrecting the rest of the team.
There you go, resurrecting indeed. And Ali able to grab the dog tags and definitely trying to scan right away. Let's see how he goes, but he's still also from the edge of the circle, patiently waiting and about to do some gatekeep. As you can see from the Team C, Delta still, some of the players still outside of the zone, and Gab is also outside of the safe zone. So let's see how he goes. And here we go, Delta coming in hot. 3 soldiers that we are seeing and about to really push in. Who knows? But Ali's the only player from CF. That's really too unfortunate for the CF team, but a lot of patience being made. Looking at the bag that we are seeing, they are definitely having 11 total kills, and just like that, Ganaka, that's the one that I'm talking about earlier, being pushed by the Team Delta. Ali is on the ground being a dog tag, but that's still a good sacrifice for the team after scanning the dog tags of his teammates.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to how the team's going to rotate right now, because it seems like there's still a lot of opportunity for them to take high ground, but the blue's closing in. And most of the teams we are seeing is still outside of blue. And the risk is they would be taken out, not even putting up so much of damage from their opponents. Even VV Seb has no chance to survive. Now for LE, they do have 3 players, and Zelly will be coming back. Pickup needs to be done into 1, but will they have enough points later on, or enough resources later on, if in case they want to go in for full-on engagement, especially against the 4 Kings right now, who is a full squad getting the vehicle on and trying to get in the next position.
That's a great preparation from the 4 Kings, but right now they're about to push. And here we go, close one battle. 2v1 situation. Oh my god, that's really an ambush. Super Jeff confirming that kill. That's the first ever kill that we are seeing from Super Jeff with 15 kills as a team out here. And Gez definitely flying down and joining the team, doing some regroup, going outside of the zone, trying to get some great juices from that supply boxes. Preparation that we are seeing from 4 Kings once again. That's the one that we are keep on talking about, being passive at first and being aggressive on the latter part of this Blackout map. But meanwhile, we are seeing Alexis right here from Team G. What is going on? Construction site, and also Team T. Let's see if there will be any engagement, because Yonko Apex is really being quiet from MYSG, but looking at the construction building. 4 soldiers from Rigid Phoenix right here. Oh my god, Zero is on the ground. Too unfortunate, but Sarah still patiently waiting, and Yonko Apex not moving any muzzle at all. As you can see right here, they're not allowing their footprints to appear to any HUDs of the remaining soldiers of Rigid Phoenix.
Yeah, let's see though if they can go and survive longer with this tactic. We are seeing a view of the next phase of the circle, and construction side is still part of it. So Yonko will still have an opportunity to survive, move in a little bit closer. But for those teams on the other side, like those who are waiting for the opportunity, I know that some of the players from was it Rigid has been sniped out by those from Four Kings because they are just across taking a high ground. But the Blues closing in a bit, and that will be risky for them. Even Rigid right now doesn't have an opening to take any angles against those who are jumping in the same compound. But speaking of jumping in, Tom Pips right now jumping in and trying to start a fight against Leap and Bound a little bit early compared to what we've seen earlier, and it seems like Four Kings has won that team battle that is not waiting for it to end in the final circle.
Final circle indeed, but it is not yet the final circle. And like Brother Neptune is saying, they don't need to wait for that one because they managed to annihilate the players of Leap and Bound coming out from Four Kings. Seeing on the POV right here, that's a Rigid Phoenix on top of this construction building. So far, so good. Passive gameplay, patiently waiting right now, looking for someone that they can attack easily to get a kill point. That's the plan. Same thing with Junko. They're showing a lot of patience. They're not really changing their location, not creating a lot of noises on the hands, or I can say on the side of VVV, two soldiers. But as you can see, sad faces that we are seeing from Team S. So that's why maybe they're changing their approach in winning this battle. Maybe they're choosing to be part of the top three teams, or maybe on the top five. But looking on the top battle that we are seeing, OBS fighting against Four Kings. Can they make it? Paul right now repairing the armor, the only player alive from OBS man. He needs to do some great strategies, but it's still too dangerous for him. Yato is definitely looking for him right now. He got no choice but to get out from that situation, and here we go, getting some damages. Yonko is also being caught off guard as well. We are seeing some players being knocked down on the ground in a great battle from Rigid Phoenix and VVV joining the battle. Karma, as you can see, doesn't have any kill yet, but as you can see, we are seeing 11 kills in total as a team from the VVV and Rigid Esports, still on top of this construction building.
It's just unfortunate for them that Rigid has great position, but not taking advantage of the position that they have to go for that elimination. If they could have had a sniper on them, similar to what we've seen on Four Kings, they could have sniped out a lot of teams. But Super Jeff right now pulling out a sniper, trying to gun down those from Rigid, who was forced to move out and jump away. It's a 3v4 situation if in case that unfolds, but Tom Pips has been gunned down by several players of Rigid, and now Karma would be the next one who might be going against Yato as Yato moves away from the zone. Shots onto him, armor being damaged, and there you have it. Seems like only Super Jeff will be the ones in play, but unfortunate for them, they didn't survive. And two teams remaining. Rigid might be declared the victorious team at this point, and they have done it.
They have done it. Congratulations to Rigid Phoenix for getting the win in a Blackout map. What a phenomenal performance. There's a lot of patience being made already, staying longer on top of that construction building. So it only means to talk about it. They had some discussion staying longer from the construction building because they know already will be the last zone, and they know how are they going to execute their plan perfectly. And true enough, because it became one of their advantages. In fact, they annihilated the remaining soldiers on the last zone. Four Kings, Jeff, and OBS Paul being annihilated by Rigid Phoenix. Congratulations for winning. So let's see what's going to be the rankings at the end of this Blackout map for Group A. And meanwhile, we're just gonna show you the number or the total of kill points being made by the Rigid Phoenix. And what can you say about what happened on the Blackout map? Any insights that you can add, Brother Neptune?
Yeah, I mean, I think Rigid didn't have that much in terms of points, and well, at least they will be able to get those placement points, additional 10 points to their side. And I believe it is Zero who had more of the elimination at this point, but in terms of the match ranking, I'm pretty sure some of other teams would be overtaking them in that regards. But at least valiant effort for Rigid surviving despite of all the pressure being brought to them, especially by Four Kings, who despite like not being seen on the map, they are sniping Rigid from the lower ground, and that's where they just jump out as a group, as a team, covering each other's back, and they manage to get this victory.
Victory is the key, and that's the last and the highlights of the match for Blackout map. And if you remember the number of kill points from Four Kings main, they are rocking, I think, more than 17 kill points. But in terms of the Rigid Phoenix, they just added one by killing OBS Paul, so that's a total of kill points for Rigid Phoenix. But at the end, they're still the rank 1. They were crowned as champion for the Blackout map round 2 for Group A.
Yeah, definitely. They are still getting that additional 10 points that they definitely need in this game. But I want to see the numbers as well. I know production is working on it right now. Apologies for me being a little bit too excited, but I want to see the numbers. Like, how does it differ when it comes to Isolated and Blackout? Because you did mention some of the teams are prioritizing and understanding Blackout right now, because most of the time when they play rank, it's more on Isolated. So familiarization is not a factor in Isolated. It's more of Blackout. Similarly, when it was introduced into our ranked games as well as into our esports scene, where a lot of teams were struggling when it comes to this map. So I just want to see that difference.
Right. Good point. And we keep on seeing some of the players right now really having their own strategies whenever they play in a Blackout map. In fact, we're going to show you how great our team who won the Group A, but Rigid Phoenix was the one able to grab the W at the end, so it only means that they really master the strategies that they have in playing in a Blackout map. Although they don't have much skill points, but a lot of passive and a lot of patience being made already for the Rigid Phoenix. But at the very end, they are definitely getting an extra 10 points by being on rank 1. So congratulations once again, a phenomenal, great win from Rigid Phoenix. They're rocking 8 total of kills, so I was right. So great job. And we are seeing Zero not being zero in terms of number of kills. In fact, he is the MVP for this Blackout round.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Zero, not a zero, but a hero in this game. 5 elimination in this match and has brought the team to a victory. Want to see more of this coming from this Rigid team compared to how they played it out in Isolated. They only grabbed 9 points. Not so much of placement coming from them, but this time they went a little bit too passive, almost equalizing on their elimination. But the good part is they did get that victory. So 18 points overall for Blackout map, and I want to see more of this, especially from Zero, into the next matches back in Isolated once we see them on match number 6.
I couldn't agree more, and that's why we're about to show you the rankings for Group A. As you can see right here, 26 total of points for Four Kings. And this is the question that I am about to ask the brother Neptune, because the Four Kings got the W on the first round Isolated map, but if we're talking about the momentum, because moving on to the round 2, that's a set of different teams, which is the Group B. So like, I'm seeing a lot of comments right now on the live broadcast that we have. They're just telling that it's really the momentum that they're questioning about for Four Kings. But I don't see that it matter the most, because looking at the rankings, Four Kings still on top with 26, but few different points only from OBS main. So I think they just really need to really go back to their drawing board so that they will be having a great momentum and a great synergy at the same time. Because looking at it, although they are really on top, brother, 59 total points, as you can see right here, total of 44 elimination, followed by Leap and Bow, 36, who got a phenomenal performances on the first round isolated map, and yet they fall short on Blackout map. This is the momentum that they keep on talking about. Like, after winning and after having a group and they got some rest or a break and then coming back into a different map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, momentum is one factor, though, that they can look into. But if you're a great team, similar to what we've seen in Four Kings, that is not a problem. Momentum is not a problem overall, because as you can see, they got in a lot of elimination in this game. Yes, they didn't get a victory, but at least they got that a lot of elimination that still kept them on the top of the board. So it's more of how can you be great if you're defending, depending on just continuous game. Because one thing that is true for professional players, especially in games just like in Battle Royale, is despite of not getting that momentum, you still can recover. You still can bring in so much fight that your tactics is so it's unbreakable that you can still put in so much points despite of losing in momentum. And I don't think for pro teams like just like this, momentum is not a factor. Momentum is not a problem. They just have what it takes to put in a lot of fight.
That's the key. If we're talking about the momentum of Four Kings from Group A, we're gonna show you the rankings of Group B. Are we going to talk about the same topic like the momentum from IE Exodus? Because right now they're definitely on top with 39 total points. Same thing with Blackfire with 23 and 21 for Poison Ivy, Team Atlas. Those are the top three teams that we have on Group B. Are they going to have their own momentum problem? Or who knows? Just like Brother Neptune is saying earlier, he's definitely making a point that if you're a pro team, momentum is not a problem, right? The key in winning this tournament is consistency. So if you have your own strategies that you keep on doing, like practicing, having your own chemistry, momentum won't be a problem. So I think the comments that we are seeing right now from the live broadcast, I think you'll have an idea right now how great Four Kings is, even if they're not playing
back-to-back games
on back-to-back or any rounds that we are showing you right here. Same thing with other teams. So the key there is, how are they going to adjust? How are they going to stay focused when they are about to play on the next round?
I do agree. I mean, definitely agree to that, because at some point, like a true test of a team's performance, a true test of the team's mental fortitude is how can they adjust when it comes to things that they couldn't avoid or they couldn't control. And one thing is the groupings that we have right now. They can control how the groupings would be made. The only thing that they can control would be how can they play. And we know for a fact that Four Kings has a better gameplay from what we've seen compared to the other teams. Now, it's more of the consistency, as I did mention, and we are seeing that from them. So momentum is not a factor overall. Even the map doesn't look like a factor. Yes, they didn't get the back-to-back victory, but in terms of points, it seems like they are still farming from the rest of the teams. Now, this is one thing I'm calling out for the other teams who hasn't made that much stride in getting all those points. I mean, I sure hope that they can make those adjustments similar to what Rigid did, because Rigid, from what we've seen in the first match, is they were a little bit aggressive in the early part, not even getting that placement point, but on the latter part, they go back to the basic. They went in for a tactical approach, a little bit more passive approach, but they missed the opportunity on getting aggression from a distance. And that's what some of the teams have been doing. Even from Four Kings, wherein they were out in the construction site or outside of the construction site, but they're still putting in a lot of aggression on the snipers, even for those going behind them. So those tactics overall put together needs to be fine-tuned. And the number of matches that we have for today, as well as the duration that they have to work with, before their next match is the allotted time for them to make that work. So whether it's momentum, whether it's their tactics, or it's just their mechanical skills overall, that is up to the teams right now. But I'm really loving the performance that we've seen on that previous match. A different team taking that #1 spot in Blackout mode.
There you go. A great explanation, great point coming out from Brother Neptune. So we saw from the isolated map, Rigid Esports from Group B grab the W. The question there, playing a Blackout map, can they get another W, a back-to-back? But questioning them in terms of experience and being part of the Rigid Esports, they master also in playing the Blackout map. In fact, they have a different strategy. Like they're gonna choose to be in a location to where they will get more resources and juices that they can definitely use. Plus the fact that, you know, having your own loadout early so that if someone will be close to them, they will have a better chance of winning any gunfights. And that's part of the Rigid Esports. But talking about different team as well, Blackfire, they're also good. If you saw from the Group B isolated match, we are seeing 3 different colors: the Four Kings Overload, the Rigid, the Blackfire. They're all on the last part of the isolated map. So it only means that playing a Blackout map, since we keep on having major tournaments, minor tournaments to be played in a Blackout map, I don't think there will be any huge adjustment to all of these teams because they mastered this Blackout map. It's just a matter of having a lot of patience on when to find a perfect opportunity to attack.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's that trigger discipline. It's everything put together. Everything that we keep saying put together is one of the formula of being a champion in Battle Royale, because Battle Royale has a lot of dynamics, like the circle, you don't even know where it's going to land, even the flight path, you don't know where it's going to come up, and even a lot of dynamics into the game itself. Ground loot is one important factor, and I know it changes season after season, and if you're not familiar with those, that is showing up into the game. Like for instance, I believe there's a lot of changes that has been done. We've lost some of the favorites in terms of ground loot, but you have to play with what you have. You have to play as it is, what is being offered by the game itself. So it's more of depending on your initial battle, especially on the first drop. It's depending on your mechanical skills as well as your communication, because you don't have that much resources. If mechanical skills and communication has been built up from the beginning in that first engagement, in the first drop, I think you'll be able to survive a little bit longer, even if there's a lot of hot drops that has been happening. And we talked about earlier how some of the maps has saved the players in being annihilated, from your word, early because of the gulag, but in Blackout, that's not a factor. So a little bit of insurance policy is needed. You don't go all in. At least one would be going back and or pulling away, and then just recovering the dog tags once everything, or once the smoke has cleared. But I guess we are set as well, Super Clark, despite of how much we want to talk about it. We want to see the battle as well, because Group B's Blackout stage is about to start, and I want to see who's going to bring the fire. I'm not just talking about Blackfire, but the fire in their hearts in this battlefield.
Here we go. We are about to start the Blackout map, and let's see if there will be any fire from any other teams. Not only for the Blackfire, who knows? But right now, that's going to be the flight path of the Group B playing in the Blackout map. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how chaos that we're about to witness from this Group B stage. And we might be seeing a great performances from Delta Kings once again, or Most Wanted Vigilante. How vigilant they are in pushing forward, or crawling, or sneaking, or doing some flanking. Those are the gameplays that I am expecting from the Most Wanted and being wanted players. Let's see if they will be able to survive and not being in jail for this tournament. But looking at it, we're definitely starting the Group B Blackout map, Brother Nep, and we are showing you the teammates, which is the NXC team. So far, so good from them.
Yeah, well, definitely. I mean, I want to see more of engagement or probably early engagement at this point, and also how they are going to survive. Seems like Fave is not a favorite, or it is a favorite of some other teams to be taken down, and who other than to take it down, which is Kosa. You know how it is when it's Kosa, the brotherhood out of the Kosa at this point. But let's see if they can pull away in this potential annihilation in this game. But as you can see, there's a lot of teams that need to be moving in as well as we go into the fight. Fave once again. Jewel will be brought back in here into revive already, and Kai is trying to survive, trying to get away from the MW. The shots onto him, and there you go. RPD domination by Jewel himself, bringing the team to 5 elimination points.
That was really a lot, but checking out Four Kings, we are seeing earlier Holy Father getting 2 Ps from the killer feed. But meanwhile, checking also other team right here from Team S, that's your VER to miss from the Philippines. So let's see if they will somehow take the advantage of the high ground, which is on the roof right here. They got the angle. How clever they are in using that angle. Dream Kaizu got knocked down on the ground by Rizlick of KM2. That's really a good point happening already from KM2. No other than Team J penetrating this brick building. So let's see how are they going to finish this battle. This is going to be interesting. A lot of tight spaces that you can go in. Let's see how clever they are penetrating those rooms. And here we go. That's the one that I'm talking about with a 2v1 situation. Another kill point from KM2 with 2 kill points already, and Cristo is definitely getting away right now because that's the only choice that he has, so that he will have another opportunity to get the dog tags of his teammate.
Cristo would be the savior at this point for the teams, and let's see if the dream will still be alive by this point. First off, you need to recover, get a few more of those loots, as well as probably get a vehicle to move a little bit faster and pick up all those dog tags. Now for VE at this point, Art would be an oversight against VVV, and this is a team that you don't want to go that easily. We've seen that earlier from the previous team, previous group as well, that because of the history they have in the game, there's a lot of tactics that they have put in together, but it hasn't been put into good use yet. And we want to see all of those happen. But speaking of good use, it seems like Kosa is not making good use of the advantage that they had earlier, and they are slowly being put down by Pave once again. And this is round number 2 between these two teams, I believe.
That is true, because we are seeing earlier Pave being eliminated, Brother Nept, and right now too easy for Jewel. He's now being too easy. As you can see, he needs to still grab another dog tag, which is Kai, who sacrificed himself earlier just to really scan the dog tags of his 2 teammates. And right now Punisher and Quaz will still be in the flight path, so let's see how quick he is, or how quick the teammates will be joining him or not, because right now it's going to be too difficult. We're seeing Four Kings right here roaming around and out with all of the vehicles available from this location. In Kosa, you got to be ready. You got to have a great defense fighting against Four Kings, because Holy Mother with the rally car finding some good intel, creating some good diversion. That's how confident they are. Remy is also out here trying to connect a few shots with a 2v1 situation from afar, and that's really a good job. Well done. Great chemistry, teamwork makes the dream work that we are seeing right now from the Four Kings.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're not talking about the dream team that we saw earlier. That doesn't seem like it is working, but the Four Kings has overloaded those teams in Ghost Town. Now, there are still a few players from Kosa who's definitely in a delicate state at this point, in case Four Kings closed in, but Tokyo almost being taken down, and he would be knocked down by Islao. There's no slowing down this guy. The elimination at this point, that makes more of what the entire team has gone. Delix right now goes in for the finisher on to some players of Four Kings, and it seems like they are in trouble. It's only Holy Powder who's trying to survive. Move away onto the vehicle, and there he goes out in the open. He goes to bring back the rest of the teams later on.
going outside of that bad situation from Holy Father. That's the only choice that he can do so far so that he can still have a chance to get the dog tags of his teammate. Meanwhile, he's still heavy still from this location. Can you imagine? This is a different team right now. 4 Valor Kings, the main team, doing some greatness. RPD heavy from Sander, trying to connect some few shots and create some huge damage. And Delix is also helping out the team from Team Casa. He's about to fly down, and here we go, confirming that kill from Delix. 2 kills in as a team. They're rocking up 10 kills in total. 3 soldiers about to chase one of the remaining soldiers of 4VK, just like that, annihilating them all. That's crazy intense coming out from Casa.
Yeah, intense gameplay coming from teams out here, but it seems like, despite of all the intense gameplay and as well as engagement, the elimination of some of the teams, given that we don't have Gulag in Blackout, is still a little bit slow. We still have 15 teams remaining at this point out of 90 that joined the lobby, but the blue would be closing in on the other parts, and it seems like Leap would be the ones in trouble. And so far, they need not just leap, but they need to stride and jump into the next phase of the circle as we now look into some of the players into the Kosa back. 11 elimination, and they haven't moved away off this spot. And Delix, seeing one of the players from 4 Kings, I think that was Remy, they were just waiting for that perfect opportunity and just farming the points out of those who are just coming back in the same area.
Oh my god, that's the strategy of Casa out there. They just want to make sure that any other teams won't be grabbing their dog tags of the teammates. And true enough, because they keep on winning, they stayed longer from that location, and Casa keeps on getting a lot of kills, just like the word that Brother Nep is using, farming points, which is true. Definitely true, 100%, because they're definitely farming the points, the kill points from any other teams who keeps on doing some sacrifice gameplay that they really need to do just to grab the dog tags of the teammates, but it doesn't work from Casa because of the great defense. As you can see, another team from Pave, brother, we still seeing right now that Pave is also out there because they're on a mission to grab another dog tags. Same thing with 4 Kings. As you can see, Winter is really in this windmill seeing the players of Casa, but they're not really getting away from this location. It's like they're owning that map that, hey, I'm still here. We're still here as a team. You won't be able to grab the dog tags of your teammates. Here we go, and checking out Blockfire and seeing the KM2 flying down already. They don't have any choice. This might be a close quarter battle, sliding in already, doing some rewind for the counter. That's really good. Great job, but a lot of different colors that we are seeing with the cloud of smoke being thrown. Another close quarter, another chance for KM2, but he's the one being knocked down. Rest Link is definitely saying goodbye because of that attack, and Blockfire definitely on fire, fighting against KM2 soldiers. We're still seeing 2 soldiers getting away outside of the zone, and there's going to be the chance for Blockfire to do some gatekeep.
Yeah, X and Ryu right now pulls away, recover, but I don't think they have a chance to get all of those dog tags in quick because the rest of the teams of Blackfire is going in for the chase. Now, I want to see how the teams from Cosa would be able to survive later on, but going into a couple of players from KM2, X is still looting up. Now they have a chance to grab the dog tags if in case Blackfire leaves the area. And with 4 eliminations, I guess they can start with this, but it's still a little bit slow compared to what we've seen some teams has done. VE though, 1 elimination for them, but in terms of survivability, I think they are surviving longer, saving up as much as possible, resources as well as cash. So we might see them later on. But for Apollo, sees one player from KM2 who is trying to survive, and it adds 1 more to the points that they have in the board.
Immortals Esports Exodus. This is the one that we were talking about earlier, who got the W on the first match of Isolated. So let's see if this is going to be a consistency that we might be seeing from Immortals Esports team Exodus. And checking out Four Kings once again, who happens to have a hard time fighting against Casa, because Casa definitely got, I can say med class, because they managed to stay longer from that map. And here we go, same thing with Paves. Same gameplay that we are seeing from Pave and Four Kings, just to make sure that they can grab the dog tags of the teammate. But Casa now allowing them. But so far right now, they changed the location. But I think the strategy right here, Brother Nep, would be doing some gatekeep. They will allow them to grab the dog tag. Yes, you can grab it, but you gotta wait, because we're still at the edge of the circle. So this is the time to where we're about to do some farming once again. But this time we are inside of the zone.
Definitely, I mean, that's one thing that they can prioritize at this point. And let's see, though, if how those on the outside will try to survive a little bit longer. For Rinka, we're seeing a little bit of engagement between Rigid and also a few takedowns already. And there you have it, a view of the zone as well as how to close into the blue. And it goes even further away from Ghost Down. So I don't know if there's anyone else in Ghost Down who, from where we've seen earlier, because that was a little bit risky, and there's not so much of movement that you can do, especially with the Blues eating at your HP. But a lot of teams has moved in already. Rigid might be meeting up with Blackfire, but no, as says no. Secret says no. I don't want to deal with that right now.
He's definitely trying to get away, but you can see right here, Sekre still outside of the zone and patiently waiting for his teammate to come back into the battlefield so that he can definitely share some of the resources. That's one of the great teamwork being shown by the Rigid Esports. And KM2 at the same time in Pave, also able to manage to survive. They are now inside of the zone, also trying to do some regroup. And we are seeing that, I'm not sure if this is a visual bug, but I'm seeing 2 dog tags from KM2. But let's see if they can manage to see. I told you they gotta complete. They got a complete squad right here. Okay, that's a full squad coming out from KM2. That's a great job. But looking at the number of kill points, brother, is only 3. So, but still surviving as of the moment. We're on the mid part of this Blackout match, and we are seeing some greatness from KM2 in terms of surviving longer. And Rigid Esports Stellar still outside of the zone, coming back into the battlefield, getting some juices, and he knows already where to go, because right here the Wings is patiently waiting for him.
Yeah, I mean, the chopper in play that is patiently waiting for them to get away as well of the blue. Now, let's see though if they can move in onto the next battle, setting it up as we see some of the teams already getting in their position. But for some cases, I think a lot of engagement has happened as well from the southern part of our map, outside of our view, wherein Olivander managed to take down one of the players of Cosa. And I think that's a little bit of payback that we want, or the viewers out there want to see. And it seems like Pave is also one of the teams who were involved in that altercation in Ghost Town. So let's see if they will be able to get a little bit of survival at this point. Blackfire being spotted by Rigid Stellar, jumping out from the chopper. I think this is a good chance for them to recover, but no! Shots from afar, out of nowhere, and they need to regroup. Sekre and Stellar needs to regroup right now just to get back on track.
Getting back on track is one of the keys in winning the position and also into the battle, just to make sure that they got a great offense. That's the key in winning any gunfights. But for Pave, this is the one we were talking about earlier. It's been a long time spending outside of the zone, and right now 2 players having some problems surviving outside of the circle. And right here, too easy for Zul is about to face the complete team of 4 Kings. So let's see how it goes. This is going to be interesting because Casa allowing 4 Kings to get the dog tags. Now they're all complete. So it's a matter of them surviving and have another fight for 4 Kings. Who knows? But VVV, on the other hand, 3 soldiers, close water battle, sliding in, trying to dodge all of the bullets. But let's see if they can get a win and confirm that kill. And checking out the support coming out from VVV with the cloud of smoke being thrown in front of them from this wall and from this mansion. So let's see how are they going to plan things out. The Dream is not dreaming anymore, but quacking out at this. This is going to be a great win. Huge damage, but being knocked down on the ground. Not enough space to move around from this building. This could be the brick house. High ground at your back, just like that. Through the door, getting that huge damage. Roaming around. Great rotation from VVV. That's going to be a 4v1 situation. And Iona, or Iona is really having a hard time to really survive from that battle. Oh, this one that I'm talking about. Rara phasing him up and no avail, not able to react.
Yeah, no reaction at all. Couldn't react at all. But as you can see, Blackfire going in against 2 players of Rigid at this point. And we'll have to find out, though, if there's something bigger to survive. And speaking of survivability, despite of all the chaos that they had to face, despite of all the altercation that they had to surpass, the 4 Kings overload is still in overload mode and a full squad gunning at anyone in front of them. Blackfire might be the next one. Trying to jump out of the bridge, getting in better position, and let's see if they'll be able to survive. A little bit of smoke action in play right now by Raph. Just make sure that he will not be taken down that easily, especially as he's solo for the team.
The legendary smoke is clearly different. I really don't know
Legendary.
how to. Yeah, how will you be able to leverage that smoke? But it was really a great usage, just to have a great defense and have a great cover. I can say a full cover because you don't see anything at all. And Casa still surviving. This one that I'm talking about. Can they still have a chance to get a win? But right now, Raph is definitely at the edge of the safe zone. There's a preparation hacking it out, but no one is close to him. So Raph still surviving, but also getting some damages and finally being caught off guard. That was a long shot coming out from Rara of VVV, but this time let's see if we will be seeing some fire from Blackfire. Tassan is also out here repairing the armor at the edge of the circle. This is going to be hard because you need to swim just to go on to the next hill. Blackfire having a complete squad, 4 Kings going up to the hill. Rigid Esports, 2 soldiers that I'm seeing right now, 4 different colors from this map. So let's see who will be the better teams, who will grab the W from this location. Is that going to be Blackfire? Is that going to be Rigid Esports? Is that going to be 4 Kings in terms of position? They got a high ground. Let's see how smart they are in finishing this battle. As you can see right here, penetrating this little house that's coming out from fire. Here we go, sliding in. VVV the side is also inside. That's going to be a 2v1 situation for Rigid Esports. Can they make it? Can they avoid the damages being thrown at them using that nade? Loki and Vert doing some long range, targeting Tassan, and 4 Kings Tokyo is about to do some flank. How effective it is, that is something that we need to find out in this one that I'm talking about. Rather, Nep 2v1 situation. Winter saying goodbye, and we only have Tokyo. Oh, I think Tokyo is also being caught off guard right now, and this is going to be a matter of surviving from the VVV, the Fire, and Rigid Esports.
Oh, it seems like 4 Kings Overload has eventually overloaded and has been brought back into lobby. VVV Sports right now, 10 eliminations and is part of the final 3 teams into this battle. And it's a little bit nostalgic. Blackfire, who some of the players is also being part of the pro teams of the Fast, is meeting up with VVV, who has also been a good brand in terms of Battle Royale. Now, Luki being seen by Kuzma, but a little bit of a loot action being done, but no, Rora has been taken down on the other side by a different team, which is RGD. And despite of how low the number is for Rigid, it seems like they can go in the fight. They cleared out Blackfire, they put out a flame, and they still managed to survive with 17 elimination.
Oh my god, that was really good battle with the cloud of smoke being thrown right now. Is this going to be rigid? Is this going to be a VVV? Oh, geez, that we are seeing right now. That's going to be another preparation. That's going to be their chance right now to be aggressive. Let's see if that's something that we're about to see from Rigid Esports. 2v2 situation. This is going to be interesting. Is this going to be VVV who grabs a W at the very end, or Rigid Esports be clever enough in using that advantage because they got a high ground? So let's see how smart they are in taking that advantage with the use of that sniper, dodging all of the bullets coming out from the side. No avail. Oh my god, this is a lot of shots right now. Here we go. Rigid Esports about to close out the gap because they got no choice. Our circle is definitely shrinking. Kuzma getting closer, closing out the gap. Here we go, out of the zone. Oh my god, that's gonna be too dangerous. VVV getting the win. Oh my god, did 20th. That's your VVV Vitas getting the W at the very end.
VVV Vitas would be adding one more V to their name, and that is victory. And you know how it is. When we go with that victory, you would be at the top of the board. And it seems like they have a lot of eliminations as well. But compared to the other teams, we'll have to find out in a bit. But loving it. I'm loving how the board is being changed match after match, group after group. It's not just one team that is dominating at this point in terms of getting that victory. But right now, we're looking at a highlight on how things have unfold. And this is the place, the ghost town. And I guess this is the reason why this is called the ghost town. Because a lot of teams, a lot of players has been turned into ghosts because of the number of elimination that they have done in that place.
Oh my god, that's a great experience for this Group B. Imagine we spent a lot of time just checking what is going on from the ghost town. Clearly a ghost town, as you mentioned, brother Nep, because we keep on seeing a lot of boxes being made
Dead
away
bodies.
from this location, from the building. And because of Casa, they're really persistent, staying, guarding the dog tag, and not allowing them to grab the dog tags, and also farming some kill points because they keep on winning. A lot of great gameplays that we saw already from the Blackfire. Casa managed to stay or to survive longer, even if they stay really a lot of time from the ghost down. Sniping skill being made by the Blackfire, connected, able to grab some kills. But this is really an interesting story, Brother Nep, because we keep on talking about back-to-back earlier, but I don't see any back-to-back from any teams. It only means that we have a great teams who are fighting against each other from the Group A and Group B.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the rotation and the alternation of the groups as well as the rotation in terms of maps is giving more advantage for the other teams. And it seems like they're starting to get the groove on how to get those victories. You did point it out that we don't have any back-to-back that is happening, which is good in my perspective. I'm pretty sure a lot of viewers out there, fan favorites of some of the teams out here, are not liking it, that their teams are not going for the back-to-back. It's not our fault. It's the teams who are doing their best. I'm not saying, I'm not blaming those top dogs, but I'm also putting in the prestige onto the other teams who's doing well. Despite of all the effort that the other teams has put in, they managed to get on top. So I just love this storyline overall. Not one team dominating the lobby in whatever group, whatever map we've seen so far.
I mean, a lot of dominant teams indeed. And in fact, we are showing you the dominant team for the last match, where we are congratulating the team of VVV Vitas. As you can see right here, the MVP goes to Rara. He's definitely not roaming around, but he's definitely showing the power of his roar just to get the elimination. That's your VVV Vitas, and being the MVP with a lot of roar with 4 kill points.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, roaring out with 4 elimination at this point, and the team getting the victory as well. It would elevate their place from 15 before that game to a different high. But speaking of high, you know how it is with some teams. High elimination points is part of not getting victory. So that's one thing that I need to work on, and a couple more maps within the day before we see it. But still, congratulations to VVV Vitas to be able to grab that victory, as well as Rora as being our MVP for today. I'm really waiting for, we're just waiting for what the match ranking would be showing us, as well as how does it affect an overall ranking in Group B. Though, despite of us having 4 days of the group stages, starting it strong in day number 1 would be a great advantage for them.
Which is definitely true, and I'm so excited to see how it changes in terms of rankings, because I'm so leaning towards to the team of Four Kings, to where we see them how great they are in and making a consistent 2-digit kill points. So let's see what's gonna be, how it looks like in terms of their rankings, right? And for the VVV and Immortals Esports Exodus earlier, and Leap main team also managed to perform well on the last match. So in terms of ranking, I really don't have an idea, because I keep on saying we're not able to see any back-to-back win, but they're all consistent, being dominant and also being consistent in having 2-digit kill points.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot that they need to show at this point, not only in the performance of the of specific map, but also in the consistency in getting all those eliminations. So this is one thing that we want to see overall, but it seems like we might see that in a bit. We might see as to how much some of the teams has put in and the effort that they have maintained. Four Kings overload, I think because of the pressure that happened to them earlier, they lost that opportunity to really farm all those points, and even the loss of time. Because imagine how much time they spent in Ghost Town with Kosa, with Pave, and I believe Kosa is more than advantage at that point in terms of elimination. And they even survive a little bit longer to get a better placement point. So this is one thing that we want to see overall. But too much talk. I want to see, I want to know, I would say, out of all the teams that played so far, we have 2 cycles already, whether it's isolated or in Blackout. Who do you think would have a better opportunity of getting the victory on our Group A once we jump into map number 6, or map number 5 rather?
Oh my god, that's gonna be hard, brother. That's gonna be hard, because we still have Four Kings, we still have VVV, and we still have Immortals Esports and Rage, who happens to be consistent. Not to mention, brother, Leap and Bound. If you keep on seeing the goal earlier, right? How crazy he is in making a win from any gun battles. So here we go. Enough with the talk. We're going to show you the rankings. And talking about the rankings, I'm going to give the mic right now to Brother Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, this time, this is match rankings for the group. Hold on. Let's see, though. This is Rigid on top. This, I believe, this is overall rankings, if I'm not mistaken, because Rigid did get a point earlier, and then VV Vitas could have been a little bit lower in terms of points, but we'll have to find out. We'll have to see later on. I am pretty sure this would be corrected in a bit, but just to give everyone an insight. Rigid did get a victory earlier onto our first match, and then, or rather, first match of Group B. And then they put in a little bit more of points, but is that enough really to bring them into that number 1 spot? Because I've seen a lot of a fight in some of the teams. But let's go focus at the lower part, the victors of this game. VVV Vitas, the match winner, and also the MVP Rora. In a bit, we're going to see as well if there's any chance to see on what else we're going to expect at this point. Let's head over to the expected matches. We're done with 4. with an alternate
Whew.
of Group A and B. And we keep mentioning this, you pointed it out, no one's going back to back.
No one's going to back, but we're gonna go back to isolated. That's gonna be on Group A, and definitely for the Group B. For the Group A, well, we've seen enough from the isolated match one for Kings getting the W on isolated. So the question there, can they have the same composure? Can they have the same strategy that they managed to use on the match one? Because moving on to the match 5, especially the one that we saw earlier, it's crazy exhausting in terms of changing how they approach the situation, how they change their strategies whenever they have some difficulties fighting any other teams, fighting any other opponents, which makes them interesting and makes them a pro team because of the experiences that they've got and a lot of challenges that they already had as a pro team. So the adjustment would be something that I'm expecting to see. How are they going to keep up if they still have some energy, which they need to have in order for them to move on to the grand finals, which is going to be on 27. So I'm so interested to see how are they going to play in for the 4
Mhm.
Kings, OBS, Pave, Omni, and Rigid Phoenix. So let's see how it goes, because right now we're just patiently waiting for the accurate data that we can show you so that we can move on and start the battle on the Group A.
Yeah, I mean, let's see though, because so far in terms of placement, this VV Vitus, who did get that victory and only had like what was that 10 or 12 elimination points, adding up what they had offered. But it does seem like it was correct, and Rigid TSG did have a few more of points because they overtake them with 17 elimination, tying it up with Blackfire. In terms of survivability, they're the ones even surviving longer compared to Blackfire. So I guess I was wrong. This was correct. Apologies, everyone, once again. And 23 points being taken by Rigid. So it seems like their recovery, despite of not getting that win, is still in their favor. So we're going to go in for the overall standings of Group
Oh my
B.
God.
IE Exodus in there on the top, Blackfire following through, and Rigid TSG on the 3rd spot.
And that's the one that we're talking about. In terms of overall rankings, we'll be able to see the teams who are really exerting a lot of effort and really getting a lot of elimination. So that's why we're seeing on top IE Exodus in 1 point difference only from the Blackfire, and we keep on seeing them that they're really on fire. They're holding that fire from their gameplays to where they keep on getting more kills. But in terms of consistency, they just really need to do so in order for them to really sustain and stay longer for this ranking. Same thing with Rigid TSG. And moving on to the Group A, brother, here we go. This is the overall rankings. Can you talk a little bit on this one, brother?
And so far, I mean, 4 Kings, despite of not getting a back-to-back, they still maintain onto the board. They still maintain their reign on the board, and they are still on top with a decent amount of lead against Leap Unbound. And Leap, despite of all the pressure that they had put in onto the previous game, it seems like they couldn't survive even longer. And some of the teams like Rigid Phoenix, who did grab a victory on that game number 3, is slowly catching up, but they need to keep consistency. That is the key for the team to be able to keep themselves afloat, especially being part of the top 10 by the end of the group stages. And guys, for those of you who don't know, each group's top 10 would be proceeding into knockout stage. So that is the goal for each team. And there's not so much pressure, because if we look back, Clark, there's only a few gaps in those between those who are crossing over from the second page to the first page, or the second column to the first column of our team. So it's a much easier route right now, and I think they can do it by the end of the day.
Let's see how are they going to do it at the end of the day, because we still have 2 matches and we're gonna go back to the isolated map. So the question there is, how are they going to approach this one? Are they going to go back to the same strategy that they made on the first match that they play in isolated map, or maybe they're going to change it because they managed to experience it? How crazy the chaos of the gulag being given to them. So let's see if there will be any other teams, because CF, if you remember, able to perform well on isolated map and not really being consistent in a blackout map. But who knows, maybe this is going to be another chance for CF to really perform well and rack up a lot of points and be part of the top 10 teams that we have overall rankings.
Yeah, let's see though if they will be able to maintain themselves in the top 10 or put themselves in the top 10 right now, as we see the flight path. A couple of teams jumping into Crash side, and we know what this has to offer. There's that that bunker that you need to unlock, as well as an opportunity for you to go in and get a chopper. And you know how it is, mobility is important in terms of that chopper play, because you can either get into a specific position of the map wherein you have the airdrop, whether it's a green, whether it's a pink or purple, whatever color you want to do, you go with. But there's also a great potential that you'll be able to get away from the opponents if in case you have that chopper. But early engagement, that is no problem. A lot of teams can bring that on.
3 kills right off the bat from Team 5, which is the Fajrus from the Philippines. And let's see how committed they are in finishing the battle into the platform. As you can see right here, they just losing 1 player from their opponents, but I think that 1 player is definitely not joining the platform gameplay, and he just really needs to focus on how to wait his teammate to go back after the gulag win, or maybe he's just gonna wait for his teammates to a different location. Who knows? And that's the one that we're about to check out. Moving on, looking at the map, as you can see, they're all evenly separated. But Crash side, we are seeing 2 teams. Same thing with Overground because of the Snowbee. Same thing with Frigid Wetland, but I'm only seeing 1 team from the Frigid Wetland. That's one of the keys, because there's a lot, I think 2 or 3 Snowbees available from Frigid Wetland. And Ski Town, we're only seeing 1 team there. So that's one of the advantages, and that's the one that we're about to look for. How are they going to leverage the resources that they've got by just being alone from the map?
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, being alone on the map, that would bring a lot of trouble, and hopefully that's something that they can get away from. Now, as we look into Black Market, there's again a huge potential that you would have gather a lot of loots in there, also a chopper, and that is one of the favorite in terms of isolated. Hype right now receiving a little bit of damage after they put down Hao Xiao from F8, and Hao Xiao's dog tag will not be picked up, so he will be going in, he will be going into the gulag first, and then meeting up with the rest of the team, forcing F8G to pull away from Hype, and they don't want to go against the hype that this team has, because currently 5th place with 21 points. That's not a team that you want to deal with early in the game.
Not only that, brother, as the name itself, Hype, they've got some energy. Looking at it, VVV's the next target. Seiji trying to connect a few shots, and because of that one, oh my god, that's a good trade. S7 block is on the ground. VVV with the flag, it really works. Oh my god, he got the win. And Asta going up to the hill right now, patient of waiting, trying to find a better angle. 2 players from Team S are also out there. That's their karma. Closing out the gap, close water battle, chocolate being activated, but not enough, but he's the one being knocked down on the ground. Surprise, surprise, not able to react because Asta using that R90 really created a huge damage because of that attack. He got the W, and we're only seeing 1 player right now being left alone. VVV, here we go. Can he get 2 Ps? Can he get another kill from R90? Oh my god, Sam! Oh my god, I don't know if that's really a great gameplay. He just really sacrificed himself, and there you go. Asta going into the AR this time, long range, great help. Saigon will be saying goodbye, and I don't think VVV will be able to survive, but let's see. It depends on the result of their gulag fight.
Yeah, let's see though on how that blood fight will be unfolding in a bit. Yonko though, we've seen them try to survive a little longer when they were in Blackout, but the
Yep.
thing it seems like they are still the same way. Being passive, trying to
Yep.
survive a little bit longer. You know how it is with MYSG. This is the difference, the contrast in terms of gameplay, but it seems like against the team from FD, they would need to be a little bit more aggressive. Valdrus is now in somewhat trouble, but this is Delta right now that they have to deal with, and all bases covered for side of Delta. Though Bunny, despite of how he survived earlier, the last player remaining, he is the first one to go down, but there's still a chance that he will come back after the gulag.
Using the AB coming out from my bro just because he's thinking that he believes that he can fly. And FX on the other hand right now. Let's see if this academy is doing their homework just to grab the W. That's something that they really need to do. They just really need to do their assignment. Is that something that they can execute well? Are they going to get some good grades from the academy that they're in or not? Because right now they're really pushing. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. But APX being knocked out on the ground, another close one battle on top, and APX managed to win that gunfight, even if FX Academy having their assignment done. This time with the 3v1 situation. Oh, that's gonna be the counter, brother Nep. That was really crazy intense, rotating with all the smoke being thrown. What a great offense. Oh my god, APX with the 2 pins and 5 kills in total as a team. Yonko Apex from MYSG showing some greatness, even if they had a huge trade because 3 players being into the gulag right now. APX really need to have a lot of patience, do some reset, and hide and survive longer so that he will have another chance to meet his teammates after winning the gulag.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of chance, opportunity for the team. And I love the aggression coming from Yonko Apex at this point. It's not the passive gameplay that they're showing, similar to what we've seen in Blackout. And this is a different side of this MYSG team. But unfortunately, Yonko would need to move out and as well as pull away from potential engagement. But Ozai has been taken out of Gulag, and he will need to be bought back. But let's see for the rest of the teams. Like, there's still Ju and Cal that might be able to help out Adek. But as we move into a different team, Rigid right now, 8 elimination already in early to this game, and we're, if I'm not mistaken, around 8 minutes of the match already, and they are going for 1 elimination per minute, but they want more. They want that fire, they want that hype, but everyone might be in trouble because the blue will be closing in, and it looks similar to what we've seen in one isolated map that we played earlier.
Right, and we are seeing right now that the Rigid Phoenix is also having a great position. Looking at it, they got a good angle, trying to size up their opponents. Hype doesn't show any aggression at all. Kind of like a low energy for this time because they know for a fact that they need to take good care of their position and really make sure that they know already that they have the advantage before they attack. And that's the one that we are seeing. And Rigid from Team QU, that's a Team Phoenix, really trying to test them out by throwing some nades, throwing some cloud smoke. Let's see if they're going to really react. But so far, so good. I don't see any reaction from Hype. Seeing also Team P, Rads or Radiance. Z is the only player that on Ford right now. I'm not really sure if that's really a great plan, but S7 Black is also out here trying to help out a team because Rigid's still staying longer on top of this hill. So let's see what's going to be the chaos that's being made. But Rigid with a 2v1 situation. EJ is on the ground into their gulag. Naki is adjusting the position, repairing the armor. S7 is also doing the same thing, but you got to be careful. OBS Man is about to do some third party. 3 different colors that we are about to see from this Rocky Mountain. So you got to be careful and be aware of your surroundings. And that's the one that I'm talking about. Mackie getting another kill. Just like that. 11 total of kills as a team alone. And S7 is the only player that I'm seeing right now from Hype and on the wings. That's your OBS Bank.
Zeroing in, and there's no surviving once this guy, our previous match MVP, would be jumping in on you. It's just unfortunate though that there's only two players, but no! They have been taken down, but at least there's still a chance for the team. Gulag is still on, but as we look into OBS, only one casualty out of the team, and the team itself has 3 elimination. Managed to get away from Hype, and Hype would need a little bit more fire at this point. Black goes in for a takedown. It's Claudia who goes in for a takedown against Black, and there you have it, 4 point for OBS.
That's a good start right off the bat. The flank really works. Coming into the air, using the wings. OBS had a perfect plan to annihilate them all. True enough, that's the outcome of the battle. Z's the next target. Using the SMRS, although it's really hard. Targeting using the miracle SMRS shot, but in no avail. Paul is about to get closer right here from the buy station. I think he needs to really get more of the attachment and buy Fry. If this is not a fire sale, just a 5,000 that he needs to have for cash. And true enough, he managed to buy one of the dog tags. Close water battle. Oh my god, what is going on? Hansu is definitely trying to spend some time on that one to do some reset, but here we go. This is going to be the chaos. This is going to be the war that we are seeing. Close quarter battle. One time going down, going through the Gulag. Great job. We are seeing some doctors winning with a 2v1 situation coming out from Helix's Vicious, clearly showing some viciousness and winning the fight with 3 total kill points.
Yeah, 3 elimination for Helix's Vicious, and you know how it is, how strong Helix's Vicious is, because you have Tangoy right there. And you know, Tangoy doesn't die that easily. Tanggol doesn't go down. Oh, sorry, I'm talking about a different guy, Tanggol. But I mean, 1 letter, two difference. I think that would work. That would still work. But BBB, 7 players are in the Gulag, and Karma as well as Seb is still surviving. So they would need to wait out on the result of the Gulag before they move, especially if they have a few more loots or if they're watching out for loots of their teammates. But the next phase of the circle would bring more chaos. Back in the circus we go, and you know how it is. There's no monkeys in this circus, but it seems like they would be playing like monkeys because we still have 16 teams remaining.
That's a lot of folks, a lot of soldiers on boots. In fact, we are seeing 55 soldiers on their boots right now, but that's a 2v1 situation, and that's going to be hard, and that's true enough because he's on the ground. Leave Void getting the W. Great job. Yonko coming back into the battlefield. Radiance. Right off the bat, they got 5 kills. They got a complete squad right now, but they're really too far from each other. I think after getting some great loots and kinetics from that airdrop, he is about to get closer to his teammates and giving that intel that, hey, there's an airdrop close to us, so why not get some loots right there? But right now they're still inside of the building. That's really talking about what's going to be the next gameplay that they're going to execute, which is really good. It shows that they have a great comms. And checking out Team M, that's your LSK Nefarius. Are they going to have some fear? Are they going to be furious enough to grab the W? Because looking at it, they're really in a bad situation. Hansu showing that he is a dog tag of buddy. 2 players still into the Gulag. Delta, Ellie, and Bunny not able to survive, going down into the fight from the hands of the Leap and Bound. And here we go. We're seeing some FX and LE fighting against each other with a 2v1 situation. Oh my god, that's going to be hard. Oh, that's the end of the battle. LE still into the Gulag. They still have some chance right now. But looking at another close quarter battle, I was the one who was surprised, brother. I thought it's the end of the battle from FX. But after changing the camera, come on, man. It's crazy. FX still being alive and annihilating them all.
Yeah, I mean, you know how it is. They learn a lot. And once you're part of the academy, you would learn a lot in this game. What? Tom Pips going in against Buffalo. Oh my god! Almost being taken down on the pro, going for rewind. And now going in for a slay, but still he goes down. There's a backstab that happened. Pickup can be done and almost being taken out. But is out of picture as well. Super Jeff would be going for a regroup and for elimination for the team. It's not that high compared to what we've seen them play in the first match, or in even the second match. But let's see though, there's still plenty of time and plenty of time and places to move at. But for Radiance, they will be in the shadows at this point. The high ground advantage, and you did mention that they are in good communication because of the airdrop that they had taken earlier. So anyone who's dropping in this area needs to be careful because they might be taken down.
True enough. Just to share some insights as well, because being a long-time caster from any tournaments or any scrimmages, I keep on seeing them really having a lot of patience in terms of playing isolated maps. So it's like they just really need to be in the passive, and then after that one, they go wild after having their own loadouts and a different strategy as well. As you can see, a lot of teams doing some hack or hacker class, because before they pushed in, they really need to hack just to make sure that there's no any classes being activated when they show some aggression, and it really works. And let's see how it goes right now. We're gonna talk about it. Boils down, brother Nep, to the one that you're talking about, mechanical skills, because Team G doesn't have any class after being hacked out, but right now mechanical skills play out evidently from Team G because they managed to survive.
Yeah, I mean, they did survive. That is one thing, basic factor for teams or players to go in for the fight. But speaking of going in for the fight, I think Bunny
again,
sole survivor of the team with only a few HP though. Need to move, bro. You need to move. 10 HP. And not even recovering that much. And the same goes for Deb, who is the sole survivor, the lone wolf for FX Academy.
The admin
now.
in Academy.
the dean of the Academy, the only one left behind. But there's a lot of case farming below. And as we go into the other side, we have hype on the battle and winning the gunfight against some of the teams in this area. But do they have room as well on the next phase of the circle? Because it seems like it might be closing in, and a lot of teams out of the 10 might be getting near to them.
That's a great defense that we are seeing from Team Hive. As you can see right here, they're being clever, not making a lot of noises so that their footprints will not appear to any HUDs of the Team P and the Team T, which is Yonko Apex. And that's the key of winning the position. That's how they do it. But I think Tom Pibbs has an idea that someone is inside of this building, of this mansion. So let's see if Tom Pibbs will be penetrating slowly this building, gathering that intel. Here we go, connecting a few shots, doing some rewind right away, and going into the team. That's how it is. And it's like, hey, I saw someone inside of that mansion, and right now I'm here doing some regroup, and let's see and plan out what are the strategies on how are we going to execute our strategies effectively for the Team Hype. And Team Yonko is also out there, a lot of different colors going on to the top of the hill. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, let's see how it's going to go right now. A lot of teams, 7 teams out of the 10 that we last saw earlier. And earlier you did mention about 4 Kings. Seems like Tom Pibbs is like, you know, the prankster king? The prankster king? Who knocks on the door or ring the doorbell and then just pulls away. That's what he did at that point. He was that prankster, and he was just like disrupting what would be the rest of the other teams' gameplay. Now for Yato, he's on oversight right now. He does know some information from which hype is in, and even those on across their area. So it's up to the zone right now, as well as the timing that they will play. And Super Jeff with that hack and the ice pick. I'm pretty sure this would disrupt or surprise a lot of teams who would be moving in with a zone. And Yonko Apex Addict going at it. And Ozai, unfortunately, will not be able to join the battle. Even Jew would be taken out unless you have a self-revive. This might be it for Yonko Apex.
OBS main is also on top of the hill, so let's see how it goes. We saw earlier that 4 Kings Super Zuck activating that hack, so it's a great execution of that class of preparation. But Super Zap being surprised from S7. Oh my god! He's not expecting that one coming. Also another annihilation out there. And Salty, the only player from CF. 4 Kings for the counter. Top Pips is the only player that we are seeing alive right now from 4 Kings. And still on top of this roof. He got the better position. He got the high ground. That's the reason he's putting some cloud and smoke right now in front of him just to be ready for any attack. OBS main is also trying to be ready to grab the W from this last match. Close quarter battle at 7, but that's the only one to win. He gets to win. Oh my god. Top Pips for the win.
For the win and 7 HP remaining, still managed to survive. And he did put that rooftop with smokes. And you know how it is. The roof is on fire.
Yeah.
Where Tom Pips is. Now, 4 teams remaining, 8 soldiers surviving. Radiant's trying to survive as well. But unfortunately, it is all BS. True brings them down. Quasi, the sole survivor. It seems like a 1v1 will be won by the one.
Oh my god.
A clutch gameplay overall by the 4 Kings themselves.
Oh my god. Can you imagine? Top Pips for the clutch. You know what, brother Nep, I'm just expecting that 4 Kings will just somehow chill out, because I think they have an idea that they're really on top in terms of number of kill points, in terms of overall ranking as well. They're on top. All right, any categories, they're all on top. Until the very end of that last gameplay, Top Pips started on top with a cloud of smoke, surprising the 2 players of Hype, and then patient waiting for the OBS to attack their opponents, which happens to be the Yonko and the Pave. And because of that one, Top Pips find a greater opportunity. He knows already that the OBS main team needs to do some reset, and he did not allow them to do some reset, and because of that, it was really an easy kill, clutch W for Tom Pips.
Yeah, I mean, Tom Pips, the guy, the prankster, who really pranked everyone, even OBS. They were thinking that they are going to win that fight from the lower ground, but no, not with Tom Pips. Tomas has done it again, and well, we've seen the 1v2 clutch that he did as well in the compound. I'm pretty sure in the highlight it would show up. But well, it's not just Tom Pips, but also the rest of 4 Kings that would be celebrating. Also the fans out there cheering for 4 Kings. Don't worry if Blackout didn't get that victory. At least on Isolated they got another one, and they're still on the board.
We're talking about back-to-back win, brother. This is
not
Isolated.
Back to back, bro.
Yeah.
Back to back Isolated. It's not back to back.
Isolated.
I mean, don't build that story, bro. Don't build that story.
Tom Pips,
I want a little bit of disappointment from the fans out there. Sorry, guys. I want to build that story wherein they couldn't go back to back. I mean, this team is already strong. This team is already strong, but I don't want to build that story. I mean, I want to ruin it a little bit, crush your hearts a little bit, and then voila, they grab that victory again. They're still on the board.
So it's like, I'm gonna prove Nept and Super Clark wrong. We can definitely do some back-to-back.
I love to be proven wrong. To be honest, I love to be proven wrong. I mean, if I call out a team says they're not performing, then if they show up, I'm happy. I'm happy that they're showing up. I mean, yeah, I might get a lot of bash out there, but at least motivation is being taken despite of how bad situations are. And that's what's important right now. A lot of teams are being demotivated because they were not like in that momentum. But if you can like overcome that, well, voila, you would be in the top.
I couldn't agree more. This brings back the point that we're talking about. Momentum.
Yeah.
It's like the memento mori. No, I'm just kidding.
AK-117. Momentum mori. That should be renamed as Momentum.
Just to add more to it, I know it's gonna be a Tita jokes, a Memento Mori, and I know for a fact that all of the 4 Kings really had that kind of gun and skin, the legendary, the skin of the AK-117. And what I'm saying right now, after seeing them doing some back-to-back on isolated map, I can say right now, using the Memento Mori, they're on Monumento. What I'm saying is like that's a location for MYSG. That's one of the locations in the Philippines. Oh my god, I know it's really a Tito joke. I don't know, daddy jokes maybe for MYSG, but it is what it is.
This is for you. This is for you. I love your. I know it's flipped over, but I love your dad jokes.
They're really on top of Monumento, doing some rally right now. Four Kings making a rally by getting a
let's
W.
Not go there. Let's not go there. Let's not go there. But anyways, at least a win is a win, and momentum is still there. All right, a win is a win, and momentum is still there. I love to see more of that coming from teams, and I love to see other teams break that as well. Like I have nothing against a specific team, but if someone can break a streak that's being done by say like Four Kings at this point, then I would give them more motivation, because it's difficult coming from the bottom of the leaderboard and then beating those in the top, and we've seen that earlier in Blackout, and that's why there's a lot of hype. But now Four Kings is back, and I'm pretty sure either way, the hype is still back for the Four Kings. So, but that's it. I think that is the last game for that Four Kings main right now, because that's the third game, and we're just waiting for the third game for Group B.
Yep, and I wouldn't be surprised for the overall rankings for Group A. We know already who's on top. Every attributes, every parameters that we are having for the scoring, right, and to the rankings, we know already who's on top. But we're not yet done for today's matches, because we still have Group B going back to the isolated map. So let's see how are they going to perform, and let's see what it looks like in terms of their ranking. But before that, we're gonna go back to Tom Pips being the clutch player on the last round. As you can see, he's also being the MVP. Can you imagine the pranksters, like Neptune is saying earlier? He got 4 kill points and being the MVP. He deserved it, by the way. He clearly deserved it.
I mean, 4 kills for the Four Kings. I mean, that's just poetic at this point. Tom Peeps as our MVP. It just proves that they can survive even longer despite of only having one player at this point. And it did happen from the beginning. Remember the 1v2 clutch, that 1v2 potential clutch that almost has been done by Lead, but it was Get who managed to win that fight on a 1v1. And it seems like the same story overall. A 1v1 did happen, and it's a low ground, high ground advantage once again. But the only difference is Tom Peeps didn't wait to jump out. He just shot them up from above. But as we look in the match ranking right now, Four Kings being number 1 right now with 19 points. Not so much of elimination, but they did grab that extra 10 points.
I couldn't agree more. And Phoenix is also out there putting a lot of work, being on round 2 in OBS main. As you can see earlier, they managed to annihilate Hype. They managed to annihilate the remaining teams, but they're being surprised by Tom Pips doing the clutch. But still, a better ranking for OBS main with 17 total of points, and followed by Radiance. As you can see, Radiance is also doing great on Group A, and they're also from MYSG, representing the MYSG COD community. Great job. Congratulations from the MYSG community, seeing them on top of this overall rankings.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking again at Regent Phoenix. Imagine you didn't get any placement point, but you did get 18 elimination, being in a second. But let's see on how that put them on the overall ranking. And we are seeing the Four Kings still on top, 78 points against Leap Unbound. Yes, we might not be seeing any difference in terms of the top, but how far are they from the rest? I think this is what we call about security. You have secured your spot. If you maintain this consistency, if Four Kings can maintain this consistency, they have secured their spot already into the knockout stage.
And just so you know, Brother Nep, those are the top 3 teams currently, not only in September Cup, this Garena
Yeah.
September Cup, but also in COD Immunity. They are the top 3 teams. So good job seeing them being on these rankings. Great job for 4Kings, Leap and Bound, and Rigid Phoenix. I'm about to see what it looks like on Group B. We might be seeing another Leap, which is the main team, or maybe another Rigid Esports, which is the Rigid TSG, which is the main team. But right now for Group A, I'm seeing a great and phenomenal performances from OBS main. Same thing with the OG's team, which is the VVV. We still have another team from VVV on the Group B. So let's see. As we are already talking about, Immortals Esports still on top with 1 point difference on Blackfire. Can you imagine? And this is one that I'm talking about, Rigid TSG being part of the top 3 teams on overall rankings for Group B.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a great stride being done by the teams right now to make sure that they are on top of the board and they have a great opportunity, a better opportunity onto the next game because they are up next. And I want to see how well will they be able to maintain this 4 Kings overload. I know we are, there's a lot of questions on how they were performing, but seeing them on the 4th spot, I think the fans out there are still not disappointed. But as we go back on what to expect, we are on our last leg, Clark. The final match for today, and I don't want to go there. It's not back-to-back, so don't go there with me. 2 4 King logo, and we're talking about those on Group A, but it's not back-to-back, okay? It's not back-to-back.
I'm about to say, is that going to be IEX Seduce for Group B? This is another thing that we keep on discussing. This is a back-to-back for IEX Seduce.
Back-to-back is like this. You look the other way, and I look the other. That's back-to-back, all right? Or side-by-side, whatever. That's not back-to-back. But let's see, though, if they'll be able to do it. I'm looking at. Now, if you want to see a back-to-back, if 4 Kings Overload will be able to get a victory in this game, definitely on the board, it would be back-to-back. But it's a different group. So technically it is on the screen, on what we see. But I'm loving the showing of the teams right now. I want to see more of them. It's just unfortunate that this is the last game. But hopefully the teams are fired up, still fired up to go in Battlefield and get all these points in. Because day number 1 of group stage is almost at its end. And we are now going into Group B, finding out who would be part of the top 10 by the end of the day.
There you go. Good evening, good people. We're about to start the Group B isolated map. So is that going to be another IE Exodus W? Is that going to be Rigid TSG? Is that going to be Blackfire? Who knows? Overload will be part of the top 3 rankings on overall. So who knows? This is going to be interesting because we are back into the isolated match. Enough with the back-to-back, but it's the most important thing right now is the present, where we are seeing New Vision City for the team for Valor Kings main. So let's see how it goes, how quick they are in getting all of the resources, or we might be seeing any early fight, early match, and early annihilation.
Yeah, it seems like, I mean, the first 2 teams on our list, Team 1 and 2, are on the same area. And we saw the flight path as well. It's a little bit skewed, but it didn't stop those teams who want to go onto the north. But that's a decision that they need to make right now, because it seems like the flight path coincides with where the next circle would be. So they need to move fast, loot fast. But speaking of moving fast, it is IE right now. Immortal Esports, who's moving fast in getting elimination 2 already on the board. And Glue only lost not his life, but only his armor.
Great start, great battle, 2 kills right away from Immortals Esports Exodus. So finding some groove right away, so that's the key in winning this battle. But in front of them, the remaining soldier of Team HNXC. So let's see how it goes, because Daddy is the only player. Who's your daddy now? Is that something that we can see, or he will be going home?
Nah.
And that's the one that I'm talking about. Going home right away. Great job.
Daddy needs to go home and go into the gulag. Now, Hazik, let's see of what darkness this guy can make. You know how it is when you're going Hazik. Right?
Oh my God.
There's a lot of problem that might be happening. Poison Ivy right now into the different part of the map. No contention. And onto where they are right now in Harbor, but onto the other side, Cray from TMW. Doc, one elimination already, but we'll need to be careful because the team is being hunted by VE. They have spotted Art already, and there goes Jadul for the jump. A 1v2 situation that Jadul might not be able to survive, and that Art will not be able to survive, and Jadul managed to deal with him. Now, let's see if the rest of the team, like Denzu, would also fight back and move away, but it seems like one player or another player will be brought back into the gulag, but there's still more chances for VE Artemis to get back in play.
More chances to VE Artemis, and a great performances earlier from TMW Kratos. That's the first time I'm seeing them perform tonight. And meanwhile, we are seeing Team T, Team Vitas, who happens to have a better performances on the previous round, but let's see how consistent they are. This one that we're talking about in New Vision City, 4 Kings fighting against 4 VKs. So let's see, a lot of 4, a lot of Ks. Are we about to see the W? Just like that, Winter goes into the rainy season. Super Joe D is the one getting the W. For VK, we're still seeing having a complete squad. Holy Father not moving any muzzle at all. He knows already the location of his opponents, so he's just really finding some better opportunity. Here we go. That's the one that I'm talking about. Misses outside. Cloud is smoke being thrown, but also getting a lot of damages, and he got no choice but to get out. But he's being followed with a 2v1 situation, and just like that, that's an early annihilation. He is also into the gulag. Same thing with Remy, and Tokyo is about to say goodbye as well. Superman, oh my God, I'm seeing a lot of my brothers right now joining this group stage, and 4VK got the W fighting against 4 Kings Overload.
You know why why 4VK won against 4 Kings?
Why?
Because they have that V. They had that victory on them. So,
exactly.
I mean, that's the only thing missing for 4 Kings. They are overloading a little bit, but I'm pretty sure they'll be back in play, getting a few more points. This is just the beginning. I'm not hyping 4 Kings overload at this point. It's just that they've done that earlier already. Look at where they are. 4th place, and it was a similar gameplay from what we see. They were eliminated early, go back to Gulag a little bit early, and then they grab all those points. But not for some of the teams like Rigid. Rigid did get a victory earlier, if I'm not mistaken, and they just need a little bit more of that nudge to push themselves closer to the #1 spot.
Pushing themselves is one of the things that we are expecting from Rigid TSG, but right now, one of the OGs most wanted. Let's see how are they going to survive, because right now is not favorable in terms of their situation. They're outside of the zone, but I know it's early. It's just, 1% of the damage that they're getting if they're still staying outside of the zone. But looking at the number of kills, they got 3 kill points already, so that's a good start from most wanted. Casa, oh my God, I'm seeing Casa once again. So let's see, how are they going to really predict what is going on right now? But this time, it's out of their control. What a great win. The Lex doesn't have any premium experience into the Gulag, not having any deluxe experience into the Gulag, because he turns into the dog tag. Seeing them right now performing Delta, well, as you keep on saying earlier, they're not really being alpha, because in terms of performance of Delta, I don't see any great number of soldiers, great executions coming out from Team Delta.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, they need to be alpha at this point, but there's a lot of contention. But speaking of contention, Immortal Esports, let's see how immortal you are going against Blackfire and into the zone. There it goes. Now, There has been a takedown on Berto already, but Berto might be picked up unless IE moves away. And there's a huge chance, and Rinka will be taken out with a God Nade coming from Luki, and Luki Lu, here we go. And as we can see, Fire or Black Fire is still on the board. 2 players against IE, but it is tough because it's not only them that we need to deal with. There's also a few who's gunning them down from the riverside.
Casa is also out there, so 3 different goals that we are seeing. Maybe there's the third party going on, or maybe a flank might work from the Casa, because right here we're seeing Luki's on the ground because of Casa and saying goodbye already into the Gulag. Red is also out there trying to repair his armor, trying to create some space from the players of Casa, with the Snowbee coming out from Dama chasing the Red of Fire. So let's see if this is going to be the end game for Blackfire Red or not. It depends how good he is and having a great defense. And here we go, close quarter battle, cracking out at Vez, but he's the one being knocked out on the ground. Casa Dam into the Gulag. Red is the only player. Oh my God! He's out of the game as well. Great job, great battle. Casa with a great help and a good counter. Because of that, I think all of the players of Fire are into the Gulag. And another chance right now, so you can see 7 kills in total as we speak from Casa. Checking out a map already, we're seeing some teams outside of the zone. 3 teams are at the edge of the safe zone, and a lot of players close to Este. Team S, Team H, and Team Q. I don't know what it looks like. It might be a chaos from that location.
Yeah, I mean, it is chaotic. It would be chaotic at this point, especially if you have multiple teams in the area. It seems like some of the teams will be expired because of Lu, and one of those is Rinka. And, well, it's a good thing that a couple of the players can recover and get back into Rinka right now, but is this enough time for them? Yes, they are close, but they will be dealing with some players from Axis FHJ gameplay, and probably a few shots as well in the chopper. And it gives one team out in the open for Rigid. Well, they're Rich Kid at this point. They would name them as Rich Kid. You will hear that kashing kashing coming from them as they buy from the buy station. But they're not going in for an engagement. I guess NXT would be someone in trouble. Lacos, I know how he can go for survivability. But if it means losing your teammate, I think there's something wrong with communication or with how teams are rotating.
Let's see how they're going to rotate, because they're really too far from each other using that muscle car and only carry 2 passengers. And Dream is also out here. Is this going to be the Dream that they're looking for? But to unfortunate, a lot of disappointment, because Team G right here is the only player alive that I am seeing being chased by 4 VK. Here we go. Is that going to be an explosion? And I was right. And Kaizo definitely trying to survive, doing some reset. He needs to create some space. He needs to hide. He needs to dance around the map, but that's going to be too hard. But still, only crack out that vest, but 2 per... Is that Jody? Is the one that I'm seeing. Kaizo's still surviving right now. That's going to be a 4v1 situation. Shockwave! Oh, no. But that's not effective at all. Kaizo sent out into the Gulag, brother.
Yeah, I mean, a good play that could have been done if it wasn't for the multiple opponents or 4 opponents overall.
Right.
Because it does have that shockwave, but the gun that he pulled out it doesn't work that well against multiple opponents. Yes, when you push that shockwave and use that Jack 12 with leave, then you can take down 1, but not all of them. And everyone has him on the crosshair. So let's see on how that's going to turn up on the Gulag at this point. But for Leap, they had 4 elimination, keeping their distance against the other teams, and they need to do more. Leap main currently on the 13th spot, only with 10 points. Needs a lot more to do. As for Axis right now, one of which has revived himself, and the rest are still in the Gulag. So let's see on where they will be dropping base.
Oh my God, damn! Being hit by that ORV. What a great plan. Worked out well from Immortals Esports, and seeing different colors right here. You got to be careful having a complete squad. Few of the players from Immortals Esports are outside of the zone. The VVV doing some gatekeep. Is that going to be well enough to knock down the players of Immortals Esports? Here we go. They're all having some pressure from their shoulders because of the circle getting smaller. How are they going to execute? How are they going to attack, but also getting some damages? Tassan rotating, Tassan adjusting the position, repairing the armor, but being caught off guard by Renka, not allowing him to do some repair of his armor. Great job being clever in pushing in. That's the power of individual prowess of Immortals Esports.
Now let's see on how well they can work with the individual prowess, but as a team, it seems like there are a few teams that is showing their prowess and if they are working together. But for Kosa, they need to work in a little bit of a reduced fashion because despite of how strong they were on Blackout and getting a lot of elimination early on, it seems like some of the players like Delix has been eliminated, not even surviving Gulag. But for Leap, they are engagement might be able to go in for a shot, and MW most wanted would be taken down, and that was just coming from Sato and the rest of the team to be able to track those on inside this arsenal. Now let's see though if Kleptazi would be able, or Kleptazi will be able to rotate and get the high ground, because they will need to get all those information from the high ground.
Getting some good intel is one of the keys of winning the position, and not only that, winning the battle, because you will have some time to be ready and prepare for an attack. And it really works. Every now and then you gotta be plan things out in order for you to execute your strategy on a perfect way. And speaking of perfect, though it's not perfect for Blackfire, we're only seeing one player being alive and kicking from this location, no other than Red, but also still taking good care of the position, taking the advantage of the supply box. He knows already the summon is out there from Pave, if I'm not mistaken, but Red is still trying to adjust and patiently waiting. I'm hearing that the fire sale. So he knows what to do next, but seeing some actions from TMW losing the battle from Four Kings Remy.
Yeah, I mean, let's see though if they will be able to take advantage of fire sale. It's a little bit of discount, 30%. Oh, who says it's a little bit? I mean, if anyone could get 30% in anything in this world, that is a lot. But in Call of Duty Mobile, that is something that would help the team, especially if you haven't gathered enough coins. For Access right now, a little bit of revive and probably bringing back some teammates is needed. Rewind action, but for how long? I don't think you'll be able to recover, and you won't be able to go anywhere. Yes, a little bit of movement speed from that, but I don't think he can survive that long to go in with the zone, and that would be unfortunate. That might be the last stretch for the team.
Speaking of the teams, these are the top teams. We are on POV. We are seeing Rigid. We're seeing IE. So let's see who will grab the W from this teams. And right now, they're all clever. IE trying to be ready. Looking at it, they're inside of that little house. Rigid Esports at the edge of the safe zone, seeing the players of Team M. I think they will be getting another kill point. And true enough, it shows from the kill feed. And here we go, surviving still. Casa, but also outside of the zone. There's a lot of damages that you are getting right now. You got to be ready from the Rigid TSG. And here we go, Slash. About to slash him out. Let's see if that's evident for Slash. And here we go, Renka attacking Dream. And Axe is saying goodbye. Fade is also surviving. Rigid still fighting. We are still seeing Team C surviving, 2 soldiers remaining at the edge of the safe zone, and also with a cloud of smoke being thrown just to do some reset and attack quad battle. Here we go, not able to win. Slash using that katana, I can say, by just reading his name, slashing him out, and IE still trying to be quiet.
Let's see if them being quiet can give them that advantage. So, though in terms of elimination, they already had a lot. So it seems like IE would still maintain their sheer dominance in terms of strength and elimination, but they need to work on getting that victory. Otherwise, once we go into the grand finals, and this is how they can, yes, reaching that 80 points would be easy, but grabbing a championship would be difficult. So a little bit of this and that, a little bit of passive and aggressive gameplay needs to be done in the mix. Quick decision and quick thinking is something else that they can, or quick adjustment rather, is something else that they can use to be able to put up that much fire and that much fight into the game.
I couldn't agree more, brother. Right now, we're seeing a ceasefire. Finally, we're seeing a breather from these players. Oh my God, Aspect, perfect throw. Kobe shot from Stellar. Can you imagine? And J Camo doing some flying, but it didn't work because he knows already that he might be pushed in by the players of the Rigid. In fact, he's definitely crawling on the ground. Rigid Esports getting some damages while trying to be inside of the circle to avoid any bad situation coming through to them. Oh my God, and that's the one that I'm talking about. Another throw. Cholo from TMW, Jadol from TMW is on the ground. Sekra not showing any secret anymore because he managed to showcase how good he is, really performing well. And Sekra going on to the top of the hill. So let's see if that's going to be a better idea. Right now, we are seeing a complete squad from Rigid Esports.
Rigid, not only do they have a complete squad, but they have 22 eliminations already on the board, and that is a lot. Now let's see what else can be done against them, and Rigid still adding up to that number. Now there's a lot on the lower ground, and one of those is Remy, but it seems like 4BK might be the ones spotting him at all much easier for him to move around that hill, but for 4BK Sonder, a little bit of recovery as he deals with VVV. 3 players, and Kuzma sees him, but not spot him. It's Super Huge who would be taken down, and he is receiving a lot of damage, and that might be it. 4BK might not be getting that victory overall.
Victory is the key at the end of this match. Here we go. Who will grab the V? Who will grab the W? Is that Rigid? Is that IE Exodus to do some back-to-back? Even if that ship doesn't want that? But let's see. Because I'm seeing right now IE Exodus about to have a better position, but at the edge of the station right here. But in terms of number of soldiers, Rigid Esports having the advantage. Getting that kill. Remy saying goodbye. That's a complete annihilation. IE, VVV, 3 teams, 7 soldiers on board. What's going to be the end? What's going to be the story of the last match? Is that going to be a collapse from VVV? Is that going to be a complete annihilation from Rigid? Or something else from Brinka? Because he's one of the best players of the Immortals Esports, being alone right now. Lay Slashy is also out here. VVV in terms of position, they got the better advantage. Who knows? Is this going to be it? Is this going to be the end? Right now, Renka is about to help out. His team has to go back on his feet in no time. So let's see the ending of this battle. Rigid Esports attacking, VVV's doing some great preparation, but also being found by Lay, cracking out that vest, knocking him down. Great job. Jody's also being out of the game. 1 player left. He's about to take the advantage. He's about to push in, and here we go. This is the one that I'm talking about. He still has a lot of time. Oh my God, and here we go. Asan. Oh, where you are right now. Kuzma is also out here with a rewind, and that's the one that I'm talking about, brother. Rigid Esports taking the W.
I was holding my breath in there for VVV because that was a potential for a back-to-back. From Blackout to Isolated, there's a chance that they can get a back-to-back, but not this time around. It is another team, I believe, on the board, and it is Rigid right now, showing up that they are a diamond in the rough, and now they are shining bright.
Oh my God, clearly shining through in terms of their phenomenal performances and grabbing the W at the very end. I'm so excited right here to see what it looks like on overall rankings, because if you remember, they're on top 3. So by getting the win, let's see how it goes, how it changes.
I mean, there's a lot of elimination that has been brought in by Rigid TSG. So there's a lot of hopes. I believe that they would be number one by end of the day. But as we look at the highlights right now, a little bit of recap on how things unfolded. And speaking of unfold, 4VK taking down players of the Four Kings Overload in the beginning. But that didn't stop Four Kings Overload to put up a great fight. I believe they did manage to survive a little bit longer, but because of the numbers that they have, there's not so much a fight that they can bring into the table. But another team that we were expecting to take the top spot was Black Fire, but it seems like that fire has been snuffed because of how aggressive as well as how hungry the other teams are right now.
Being hungry, being thirsty for blood, keeps them looking for any bloodbath in terms of the performances of Immortals Esports. That's really a great one, but they're not able to sustain it at the very end. As you can see, Leap also trying to showcase how good they are, doing some 2v1 situation. Four Kings is also doing some cleanup out there from the players of TMW Kratos, and too unfortunate for them because that's the end game. And here we go. This is going to be the last part where I thought Pave will be able to grab that kill from Slashy, but he's the one being slashed out. And Four Kings Remy, after coming back, also being eliminated by VVV. Can you imagine? That's how crazy the battle is after having a great rotation and aggressiveness coming out from lane, not allowing the VVV to do some reset, and that's why they managed to grab the W at the very end. Great job, great battle, victory for the Rigid Esports.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, another victory coming from the Rigid brand, and I need to correct myself. Like, Rigid, the ones who grabbed the victory was from a different group. That was Rigid Phoenix, and this is Rigid TSG. And I'm really seeing great potential of overtaking in terms of Group B, because from what we've seen in Group A, only one team has taken everything away. The lead that Four Kings main has taken against those below them, and starting off with Leap Unbound was 39 points. But between Rigid, TSG, say IE Exodus, as well as VVV Vitas who also grab a victory, it seems like it's very close between them. I might be wrong, because even Vitas, they grabbed the victory, but not so much of elimination. And from that moment, Kuzma could have survived longer. I didn't get a glimpse of how much elimination they have overall, but in terms of placement, they know how to survive.
True, I couldn't agree more, 100%, because we saw how are they taking good care of their position. It only means that they are being clever on how to really find a perfect opportunity to attack, not really being aggressive, but trying to size what would be the situation would be in terms of their advantage. And true enough, they tried to somehow connect a few shots, but too unfortunate in terms of mechanical skills. We're seeing Rigid Esports knocking down one of the soldiers to where, I don't know, maybe that's a lot of pressure from Kuzma, so that's why his instinct is to help out his teammate to go back on his feet so that it will be a greater offense. But in terms of awareness for Rigid Esports, they did not allow VVV to come back on their feet and finish the battle, and that's why we are seeing victory. In terms of rankings, who knows? Because as far as I remember, we're seeing VVV at the very I think they're on top 4 earlier on the overall rankings. Third would be Rigid TSG, which is the main team of Rigid Esports. So after getting this W from the last match, who knows? They might be on top. I'm so excited to see how it changes in terms of overall rankings.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm also excited to see how much total in terms of elimination Rigid has put in this fight. But I guess we are about to see it, and wow, oh
my
wow.
God.
Both Stiller and Slashy grabbing 2 digits, and I couldn't decide which one the MVP. I think it's more of how much they put in the game, and the game itself will dictate who the MVP is. But Sekre also did a lot, but Lei is more of a backup, I would say, a little bit of a support game in this point. And you know how it is. There's not like at some point, some teams is spread out in terms of elimination, in terms of aggression. But right now, it is Slashy who grabs that MVP with 10 eliminations, similar to Stellar. And I love that we are seeing teams really move up. Despite of how long the day has been, despite of how late it is within the day, they are still showing up.
Clearly, showing up is the key. Performing is the key. Having a better performances makes you a winner for this match. Slashy being the MVP, slashing things out in terms of eliminating all of his opponents. Great job, great battle, great outcome, phenomenal performances as a team for Rigid Esports. And right now, we are about to be ready in showing the rankings. But before that, I'm not sure if we can go ahead and take a quick break or not, but right now we are showing you the rankings of Group B, what happened on the last match. Can you give us a little insights, brother Nep, on what happened in terms of their scores?
Bro, I mean, imagine 29 elimination. We've seen a preview of how Rigid TSG has brought in individually, but against IE Exodus, who did get a decent amount of elimination, but not so much of placement point. It seems like it is huge as the lead that Rigid TSG has brought in. VV Vitus, they were very close. They did put in 16 elimination, but it was only left to 2 players, and towards the end, it was only Kuzma that managed to survive. For Valor Kings main, 17 points, 14 on the elimination, 3 in placement. They were the one team that eliminated 4 Kings Overload in the beginning of the match, and I would love to see how this adjusts onto the game, onto the overall standings for Group B as well, because I'm interested as to see who's going to be on the top of the leaderboard after the whole day for Group B.
That's true. It matters in terms of the that they're making just to be on. Right now, we're showing again the group for all rankings.
Recap:
4 Kings, 7 points, and huge for the lead with 49 and 45. Rigid Phoenix 39 for high. Vivera Esports 35 and 32 for VVV. Renatu's Delta Main 26, same score from CF Amarokyan because of the ghost town. Faljarus 23 and 22 for Helexus Vicious. That's the top 10 overall rankings of the Group A.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 39-point lead. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or I might be wrong. My math might not be mathing at this point. So it's not 39 points, but it is still huge. From 78 to 49. I guess I'm looking at a different reference at this point, but it's still a huge lead being taken by the 4 Kings in Group A. The only question, though, for Group B is it the same status? Would it be the same status in terms of lead by the number 1 to the next one? Rigid TSG taking the number 1 spot, and the lead is not that far. I mean, 82 to 75. Just do the math, guys. You've seen that I'm not that good at math, but it's very close between these 2 teams. Blackfire, though, the lead is slowly growing, and probably it's because they put in a lot of elimination, but in terms of placement as well as victory, they haven't grabbed one. But for VV Vitas, that's where how close it is between them and Blackfire. But unfortunate for 4K Overlord, despite of them being in the 4th place earlier, they were pushed down to 5th right now.
Oh my god, I'm getting the picture of the grand finals, brother, because I'm only seeing one team right now hitting the 80 points. So if we're talking about the victory blitz, oh my god. So it seems like it's gonna be a great practice for Rigid, but who knows? Because even if they got the 80 points, they just really need to grab the W and be on rank 1 in order for them to be declared as a champion. So at least we know now that it's really possible by playing in 3 matches or 3 rounds. One team can rise and hit the 80-point mark. So that's really a good result out there from Rigid Esports.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see if that's something that they can bring into the table at this point. And well, as you can see right now, a little bit of update has happened in Group B because it seems like Dream Crushers MC was not showing earlier, but now we have their numbers. They are getting, they did get 11 elimination points and 3 placement, but it's just unfortunate that those at the bottom right now is really getting it rough. Now, going back to Group A, just to make sure that the teams would be able to get a correct preview, the 16th spot, which is Legum Ignavia, also has been updated or has been added through after not showing earlier. So at least the team will be able to screenshot it with a full view of what happened all throughout the day.
Yeah, and I'm really sure 100% that the fans out there, all of the viewers will be doing some screenshot and they're going to be talking about what just happened, and they're going to predict what would be the team that can be declared as champion for Garena Beer Tournament September Cup 2025. As you see, for the isolated match 1, 4 Kings, the main team, grabbing the W, and followed by Immortals Esports on the match 2. And if we're talking about Rigid Phoenix for the Blackout map getting the win, those 3 matches clearly shows the top 3 teams that we have in BR community. Moving on to the next match, which is the match 4, match 5, and match 6. I really wanted to hear your thoughts for this one, Brother Nept.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, for the second half, we have VV, we have on Blackout, we've seen how well they maintained their survivability, and that was evident when they played in Isolated in Group B as well, but it didn't last that long because of the numbers they have, they couldn't survive against Rigid, but for 4 Kings, they managed to get their second victory. And there you have it, 6 matches over, and 6 matches for the teams, or 3 matches for the groups to show up what they have to offer right now. Hopefully everyone would have an idea on how to counter some of the strengths of the top teams that we have from today coming into tomorrow's match. But I'm really excited to see how it turned up, and also excited to have cast with you, Super Clark. But I think this is not the end for us. We're going to go back for another day in Garena September Cup. Once again, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by the one and only Super Clark. We were your casters for today. See you again next time. Goodbye and good night.
Enemy down. Enemy eliminated.
Zone is collapsing.
He just